Time goes fast and memories quickly fade away. I remember everything like yesterday. Can't rewind, but I still hear the songs we knew. Words unspoken always make me think of you. Teleport back to the radio days when we knew all the words to the songs they played. Teleport back to a place in time when we dreamed and we danced with no end in sight. I can hear all the records we played. All the memories haunt me to this day. Flashbacks, replays, looping through my brain. Things will never be the same. Staring at the pictures we took that day, holding on to all the memories by the lake. Sing the songs and play the chords on my guitar. I close my eyes but I can't see where I belong. Teleport back to the radio days when we knew all the words to the songs they played. Teleport back to a place in time when we dreamed and we danced with no end in sight. I can hear all the records we played. All the memories haunt me to this day. Flashbacks, replays, looping through my brain. These will never be the same. Things will never be the same. Sweet dreams, where the streets have no name. Strawberry fields and purple rain. On a stairway to heaven, in between days, rolling on a river on a Monday. Teleport back to the radio days when we knew all the words to the songs they played. Teleport back to a place in time when we dreamed and we danced with no end in sight. I can hear all the records we played. All the memories haunt me to this day. Flashbacks, replays, looping through my brain. Things will never be the same. 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 Things will never be the same.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. That amazing new song is the latest from the Lily Police called Teleport Back. And I love the message of that song. Manny and the Lily Police are always incredible. I really like the vibe that they always have in their music. And I was excited to get to share that with all of you. Thanks to everybody coming in. Thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate you all, especially my mods. Thank you for being here and helping connect people and sling links. And Bran up here helping share videos. Appreciate you all. Good to see you, KP and Camellia. Let's see who else is coming in. Bruce, Anthony, much love. Dux, good to see you. Hey, CJ. You guys, this is weird because I saw somebody comment on this and I noticed this in a stream earlier today. It seems like it's hit and miss, but in some streams it's showing people's names and in others it's showing their like address or whatever. I think that's something new or a glitch maybe. But are you guys all seeing names in chat or are you seeing the address in chat? Bruce, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. You can let me know in the chat. Yeah, the Lily Police are great. It's a great song. I agree. Ozark and JM. Oh, awesome. I didn't know that, Dex. She says that don't forget the Lily Police new CD is coming out next week. I'm sure you can find that information on their page. Fantastic. All right. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Appreciate you all coming in. Tonight is regular, so we're doing, well, mostly regular. We're doing music first and then conversation. and it's just starting a little bit later because we are running amok still with the move and everything. We just returned our U-Haul and have all of our furniture, all of our stuff officially moved. Now we just have to go through the process of unpacking everything. So that's kind of the fun part to me. I'm looking forward to it. Hey, T, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, you guys are seeing it too. Yep. Names with the numbers, right? Isn't that weird? I wonder why they switched it or if they're going to keep it that way. Some people are the same and some are not. Seems about 50-50. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look on my phone. I can look at the YouTube part instead of the StreamYard part and see if it's different there. Okay. As most of you probably know by now, we talked about this last week. I had just become aware that Michael Lanthier had passed very suddenly. We're going to spend the very beginning of this stream kind of honoring his memory and sharing out information too about a GoFundMe to support his family again. People have been giving. It's really great to see. But I'm sure there are going to be a lot of expenses and extra things that come up, especially for his children. And if you're able to give, I hope that you will. I'll post that link here in just a moment. In the meantime, I went back and thank you to Lady Campion. She had reminded me that Michael had come up on my birthday live stream, my 2-year anniversary of streaming. And I found a clip that I wanted to share with you guys of Michael when he was up on my panel for that. But right before I do, Snooks, thanks for coming up. Glad you're here. And thank you, Mrs. High, for sending people my way. I appreciate you being here. I did lurk for a little bit of your stream earlier, Mrs. High.
Thank you for having me up.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Snooks.
Hi there, Bran.
So I have a clip I'm going to play from my previous stream with Michael on it. And it's kind of funny. It's sort of like I said in this, well, you'll see, but it's kind of like an Inception thing here. But and then we're going to play one of Michael's songs. And then if anybody else wants to come up and join the panel in the meantime to say any words about Michael or favorite memories, or if you want to put them in the chat, you are more than welcome to come and join us. We'll just talk for a little bit and then we'll do a final kind of memorial song and then move into the rest of our music. So once again, thanks everybody for being here. Appreciate you all. All right. So this is a clip from my birthday stream in January. Here we go. That we're going to you, Michael. Bran, if you can pull up, there's a short that I wanted to play.
God, you're playing shorts?
Yeah, just a couple. But yeah, I do have some shorts I wanted to play throughout the night that are kind of just looking back. I went through some and picked some out just to kind of look back over the last couple of years a little bit, and happened to have one for you, Michael.
Oh my God.
And then after that, we'll go right into Like You Mean It. And I would say, tell us about the song, but that's kind of what the short is. So I'm going to let you from the past tell us about it and then see if there's anything you want to add in between.
Thank you.
I'll probably make a new short of that and it'll just get really confusing. It'll be like, Mandela or something. All right. So here's a clip from the first time Michael was ever up on my panel and him talking about this song that we're about to listen to. Here we go.
This song, the chorus just kind of fell in my lap, and then I had to figure out what I wanted to write the song about. And it's kind of a strange thing. Like 15 said, it kind of ties into almost the world we might be about to live in. Some people probably already do, but really it's kind of a science fiction story about somebody who's in like a prolonged hibernation through space travel or something, but they have to have part of your mind active, so you live in a virtual reality a lot in your life because you're traveling for years, even if it's at light speed. So basically people become so attached to that virtual reality, they're very consciously aware of the difference, but they don't care. They want that virtual reality. So as the chorus will say it like you mean it. I don't care if it's true. Just say it until I believe it is. That's what that is. So that's
all right.
The song.
Love it.
Sounds biblical.
Yeah, looking forward.
And people thought it's a love song.
You know what's cool though about music is that isn't it funny how like I don't know. I haven't written a song, but it seems like there are a lot of songs, and I never know if the artists are intending to make them so that they can be taken multiple ways, or
Well,
if
I
it just
can.
happens that way, you know?
I will
Seems to-
say this, and obviously it's anecdotal. It's
Mhm.
my perspective, but I truly believe a lot of real artists probably feel something similar.
Hey,
A
Cindy.
lot of what we do, and a lot of what I do with music that's original,
Awesome, Siegel.
is absolutely coincidental and
Hmm.
happenstance, and it just falls into place and it just happens. And there will be oftentimes days or weeks or months where I'm like, I can't even write something new, and then I wake up one day, I pick up my guitar, I start plucking around, and I find something that I feel like I've never heard. And that's like any song, but this song definitely falls into that category, especially with the vocals, that it just happened, and I can't explain it. I can tell you the story, like the story you just heard in the short. But I think for a lot of people who are real artists, whether they are musicians or they paint or they make
Mhm.
sculptures or whatever they do, it there is an
Thank
end
you, Pat.
state to it, and there probably is something in our mind that we see at the end of it, but in reality we're just working through something, and what happens at the end is just what it is. And it's often actually difficult to explain that creative process.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that makes sense to me, though, that things would be able to be interpreted obviously in different ways. I mean, first of all, that's what we do. We all have different perspectives. Even if something is a fact, people can see it in completely different ways. So it makes sense that we would also do that with the, with the arts. And like you said, not just in music, but in all the arts, really. And there's something really beautiful about that. It's almost, in a way, it makes me think of like how the Bible is, we say it's a living testament or a living document, but where it can be interpreted in different ways at different times, depending on what's going on in your life and how God's speaking to you. And maybe that's kind of a similarity in like how art can speak to us in different ways,
That's
based on
actually,
different things going on in our lives.
yeah, it's actually really, it's really interesting that you made that connection, because I like wholeheartedly agree. And I think that's why art is so important. It is actually kind of a, not an extension, but some kind of a parallel with faith, because
Yeah.
you're kind of believing something without knowing the end of it, which, essentially what faith is. And I think that's true with music. That's actually worth listening to. I think it kind of takes some faith. And when you get to the end, you're often not getting the result you thought you were going to, just as with
Mhm.
faith.
Yeah.
You're often
Well,
getting what you need more than what you think you wanted.
right. Well, and I say a lot when I'm talking about all my favorites up here, William. But when I do, a lot of the times it's the ones that I say it sounds like they're singing or performing from their soul right to mine,
Right.
and that kind of
Right.
makes along those lines as well.
Absolutely. I mean,
Well,
the
and
best, like
similarly,
the most positive response I ever get to my singing is songs that I sung when I literally didn't give a shit if anybody ever heard it.
Yeah.
The stuff where
Which
I'm
is
really
probably the best
trying,
art that's out there,
right?
because you're just doing it, you're creating from yourself,
Yeah.
not
That's how it
for
always
anyone
goes.
else.
The music where I really try to sing well, I'm like, ew. The stuff that just kind of comes out usually is received well, and I feel okay about it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, Bran, if you can pull up this next song. Okay. I thought that was a great clip. Good memory with Michael, and hearing him talk a little bit about his music and, how he creates and why he does. I'm so glad that we have his music to remember him by, and so many great memories together as well. Snooks, did you have anything you wanted to share about Michael?
Yeah, I did. I actually wrote it down because this is one time I don't want to screw up. This is going to be hard for me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I'd be okay, but I'm not sure. Um,
It's okay.
I came to know Michael, I think, almost 2 years ago. He was on a live. I'm not going to mention lives except yours. He was on a live a couple years ago, and I actually had to leave the live a couple times because I'm very visual and he was very graphic, but he did not BS. He just didn't BS. And I couldn't comprehend all that he had gone through. And it caused me so much pain. I kept having to leave the live and I got angry. And then he was on your live, I think, and I started
Hmm.
listening more. Then he was on another live and there was a panel and I went on the panel. And I'd been listening to his music and watching him, and I actually was very harsh with him. I really wanted to talk things out with him and get to know him. He took all my harshness so well. He was a gentleman, and in some ways, he changed in relation to me and how he was with me. And then he started, doing lives more, and I started modding for him along with you and several others. And one of my favorite songs of his was actually one that you mentioned, or he mentioned. It was oh God, I just can't remember now. I'm getting so lost. Well, like you, like you mean if, like you mean it.
Right. That's the song we're gonna
Okay,
play here next.
that song really touched my heart. I think it was one of the first songs that really got to me. His vocals, everything he sang was deep, had emotion and meaning. He just didn't BS around with his singing. Um, he was musically gifted in ways that some of us will never know. I didn't know until he mentioned it. One of his cover songs, Wild Horses by the Rolling Stones, is one of my favorite cover songs. Um, I think that when I was modding for him, he really just wanted to focus on what he was doing live, and especially when he was interpreting music and giving his remarks on it. And he didn't like to interact with the chat a lot. So I liked to harass him.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
I
think
would
he enjoyed you harassing him too,
he
Steph.
did, he enjoyed it because he would fuss at me and I'd say, "Hey, Michael, hey, Wolf, somebody said this in the chat. You need to answer the question." And he'd wait a bit, then he'd look at it and he goes, he would say something like, "You had to get my attention for that? Okay, you have all my attention. Here it is." And we just had this little harassment thing with each other that was so funny.
Right.
And I came to love Michael, appreciate Michael, and respect Michael. And the fact that I went hard at him on a panel and he still modded me spoke volumes
Right.
about his
Yeah.
character.
Yeah, I agree. We were 15th Bend had an amazing memorial stream for him last night. And while we were there, a lot of us were talking about that side of Michael that he, one of my favorite songs we're going to play, like you just mentioned, and the one that we talked about in that clip was Like You Mean It. And,
Yeah.
um, you know, he, he was a person, he was a truth teller. He was a truth teller. He was very honest and blunt. He did reviews of musicians on his channel sometimes, and he was a person that you could rely I'm not a musician, but as a musician, I would think you'd be able to rely on his input because he was blunt and to the point, and he celebrated the strengths, but he would also point out areas for growth. And I think that's really important for any person any friend, but any artist. And I think that that was something that he really brought to the table with his stream, was highlighting amazing artists, but also helping them kind of see areas or ways that they could improve. And he wasn't opposed to hearing criticism or constructive criticism either,
No, not at all. Not at
which was
all.
pretty amazing.
And he would try to be gentle with his insults. And it really wasn't insults, but with, his reviews, he would try to be gentle and he would cut himself down a lot. And I'd be putting
Yeah,
in his comments, "Please don't do this. You're really good."
right.
And a lot of artists, they want to hear on their songs, what specifically do you like about the song? Not just that it was a great song. They want to know what about the song touched you.
Hmm.
And I understand that now because of him. And I'm just going to say that I'm going to miss him for a very long time.
Right.
And it's just broken my heart. but I saw what he was going through. And yeah, that's pretty much all I can say is that I
Thank you, Snooks,
love
for
you,
coming
Wolf,
up.
and I'm going to miss you forever. You
Yeah.
touched a lot of us in ways you just don't even know.
Right. Yeah,
So,
I think that I hope that he did have some idea. I think that there were some of us that really did let him know, hopefully more than I know about, that really did let him know how much we did appreciate him and were there for him, and some closer than others, but yeah, I'm going to miss him too. And I really appreciated his honesty, not just in music, but also in life. He was a veteran who carried a heavy burden from the service that he performed for our country, and the things he learned in his service and the things that he did. And I really appreciated that. With the insight that he gained, he spoke openly about it and shared it. I mean, there are so many veterans that, for their own reasons, don't feel comfortable sharing the details, and he did, and
Yeah.
he didn't just share it in conversation, but also in his music. And there's even footage, in some of his songs that's from his service. And I'm so glad that we have all of his music to look to, so that his truths and his messages can, carry on past him.
Yeah, I want to say one last thing. I'm
Mhm.
going to jump in the chat.
Yeah.
In the last live he was in, and you were in there too, I had said something to him. I see you and I appreciate you. And in that live, he said that back to me. And I can't tell you what that meant to me.
Hmm.
And this is not about me. It was the fact that he repeated back to me the same thing. And it just, it's something that'll stay with me forever in the best way,
Yeah.
the very
Yeah.
best way.
I'm glad for that.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to
Glad
jump
for that.
off. Love you, Indy, and
All
bye,
right. Love you
Brienne. I'll
too,
be in the
Snooks.
chat.
Yep. Thank you so much for coming up.
Thank you for letting me.
Hey, Frank. Thank you for joining.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Doing pretty well. Yeah. It's been really busy around here, but we're doing good. And I'm glad we have some time here to think about Wolf. Frank, I don't know if you knew Wolf or if you're coming up from more the music side of things. But
I
if
don't
you
know who was Wolf.
Okay, so it's Michael Lanthier. He was a musician that passed suddenly on the 18th.
Oh no.
And so this first part, you're welcome to stay up, but we're going to do a couple more songs here in memory of him, and then we'll shift gears into kind of the open mic side of things.
Oh,
But
I'll hang out.
yep,
Sure.
awesome. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up the song that Snooks was talking about. And this is the song that Michael was talking about in that clip that we shared also. And it's Michael Lanthier's Like You Mean It. Here we go.
Just say it like you mean it. I don't care if it's true. Just say
An amazing song by a very talented person who's gone too soon. Thank you for sharing memories in the chat and support for one another. Let's continue to keep his children and his family, his loved ones in our prayers. And I'll go ahead and post that link again for anybody, and we'll go ahead and post it throughout the night for anyone who's able to show support financially, for especially for his kids. We would really appreciate that. Good to see everybody coming in. Rhodey, much love to you. Marshall, thanks for being here. Tate, much love. I saw you come in earlier. And Blue made a comment that made me want to say every single one of you would be missed if something happened. If you passed and you disappeared, each and every one of you would be missed. And I hope that you know that. And it's when somebody passes that we talk about how much we care about them, but let's make sure we're letting our loved ones know how much we love them before that happens. In the digital world and in our analog life, let's make sure that we're telling people how much we care. All right. Right. An amazing talent. Agreed, Ozark.
That was insane.
Yeah, he's incredible. Yeah, the link was shared there. I can go ahead and post it again too. If you didn't know Michael, or if you did and you weren't subscribed, make sure that you go and sub his channel and check out his music. I'm guessing if you leave comments there for his family, they will see it there as well. Good to see you, Ken. Thanks for coming in. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play one more video here to honor Wolf's memory. And this is one that 15th Bend had made and is on his channel. It's Michael Lanthier playing, and it's pictures of Michael. And 15th did an amazing job putting this together. And then also 15th did, like I said, a great memorial stream. It was a really healing time, I think, for a lot of people. And I know it was for me. And he just did an incredible job of compiling music and talking about memories, and with other people in the chat being able to contribute, of course, too. So I'm going to go ahead and post the link to this video, but also to the live stream that was a memorial for Michael. And if you missed it, I'd encourage you to go back and watch it again. Or watch it. All right, here we go. Here is, this is a video that 15th put together, but it's Michael Lanthier playing, and some pictures. Here we go. All right. Here is the link to 15th stream, the memorial for Wolf. And then also, oops, didn't send it yet.
That track was actually done by 15th Bend. And that track was done by 15th Bend, and he did a solo over, because when he wrote that track, he wanted all the guitar players to put a solo to it when he first did that track. So all the guitar players were putting a solo to that track.
Oh, thank you for clarifying that, Frank. I hadn't caught that. Thank you.
That track was 15th Bend with him doing a solo over, because I did a solo on that same track.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that. I did not realize that.
A
I
couple of
missed
years
that
ago.
detail.
It was a couple
Yeah,
of years ago. Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you read the description in that video, which it probably says that, but there's also, some memories there from 15th as well.
Yeah.
All right, and then there's the link to the GoFundMe to support his family. So thank you to anybody who's able to give. Shamrock, much love to you. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Ducks. All right, good to see you, Brenda. Okay, all right. Gone but never forgotten. I'll be continuing to share Michael's music. I hope that others will as well. And I think he had an important message in a lot of his songs, and I hope that his message will continue to reach people forever. Okay, we're going to shift gears here into music, general music. And Frank, do you want to start us off, or do you want me to start with the song and then we'll go to you right after that? Avery, it's good to see you. I saw you come in earlier. Ken, much love. Camelia, glad you're here.
Yeah, you can start with a song and I'll follow up.
Okay, great. All right. This one is an amazing cover of Always Look on the Bright Side of Life. And it's a little quirky, especially following, a memorial. But I thought that Michael would actually really appreciate this. And I really love Mike Shaner music, and I think he did an incredible job on this too. So might be a little bit different, but I thought it would be appreciated. And so I'm going to go ahead and play this one to kind of kick things off here. Here we go.
Psst. Cheer up, guys. You know what they say. Some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, give a whistle. And this'll help things turn out for the best. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life. If life seems jolly rotten, there's something you've forgotten, and that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly chumps. Just purse your lips and whistle, that's the thing. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life. For life is quite absurd, and death's the final word. You must always face the curtain with a bow. Forget about your sin, give the audience a grin. Enjoy it, it's your last chance anyhow. So always look on the bright side of death. Just before you draw your terminal breath. And always look on the bright side of life. Life's a piece of shit when you look at it. Life's a laugh and death's a joke, it's true. You see, it's all a show. Keep 'em laughing as you go. Remember that the last laugh is on you. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side.
All right. Love that. I'm glad so many of you appreciated that too. Fantastic. Really well done to Mike Shaner Music. That's amazing. His covers and his originals are all amazing. Go check out his channel if you're not already subbed. Alan, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Lauren, much love to you. Mo, much love. Thank you for being here. T, good to see you. I think I said hi earlier. Thanks for being here. All right, the link is pinned if anybody else wants to come up to join for music, to either perform live or have your music shared. Mike Molino, good to see you. I saw you come in earlier. Thank you for being here. And I agree, it's a very cool song. All right, Frank, you ready?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
I've done some playing with Mike Shaner too.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. I love when people collaborate. I think that's so great. I always say
It's been a long
we're
time.
strong together, and we are.
I used to have another channel called Cranky Frankie.
That's where your music was? Was that Cranky Frankie?
Yeah. and then I shut that channel down, and then I came back. And it was Scotty Dog music for a while because I got a Scotty Dog. And now it's Frank's Tracks.
Yeah.
But my entertainment company is called Jukebox Hero. When I play out and do gigs and stuff.
Oh, that's awesome.
And my
OJ.
My business card. Oh, there's OJ. What's up, brother? My business card is actually a jukebox too.
So very cool.
Well, yeah.
JM, stay safe. Enjoy the show.
He writes some good music too.
Yeah, he does. He
has I've done a couple of solos on some of his stuff too.
Mm-hmm. Very cool, Frank. I love that you're making the rounds. It's great.
Yeah.
I was lurking over at Mrs. High's for a little bit. I was out and about, so I just got to stop in for a couple songs, but I saw you over there on panel.
Yeah. We had a lot of fun over there.
Yeah, she always has a great stream. Yeah. Peg is amazing.
I wish I could keep singing, but it's just too late here. I got my parents in the other room, so
yeah.
The guitar works out because nobody can hear it,
Mm-hmm.
So that might work.
Thank you, Warren. Much love to you. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Go for it, Frank. Whenever you're ready.
Let me change the settings. All right.
That was awesome, Frank.
That was okay.
Yeah, it was great.
Thanks.
I'm going to go ahead and turn on your echo cancellation there. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, you sounded awesome. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was really great.
Glad you liked
As Anti says, great accents matter.
it.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Thank you guys in the chat.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody coming in. It's great to see some people I haven't seen in a while. We need peace. Much love to you. I hope your roller coaster calms down. I know how you feel. We've been moving and the last 2 weeks, and it's a bit of a roller coaster too, and other life stuff. So I appreciate you being here with us. Do life together. I appreciate that. Yeah, that was awesome. All right.
Cool.
Are you able to stay up for a little bit, Frank?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a song here. This is Rune's cover of Wish You Were Here. Rune is amazing. He does live streams you can catch on his channel, and they are like just one of the most chill corners of the internet. If you can catch him live, you want to. He usually can't talk because it's really late in the really late or really early, I guess, there in Norway. But he chats in the chat, and it's just a really good vibe over there. So go check out Rune if you haven't already. And here we go.
Discipline remains merciful.
And you, Derek, this song. Now, which is it?
Sure.
Such a beautiful cover. So well done by Rune. Please go make sure and check out his channel.
That was nice.
Good time to remember a lot of the people that many of us have known we've lost over the years. We wish you were here. All right. Good. Thank you to everybody coming in. It's good to see you all. John, much love to you. And Mike, I hope you have a great night. All right, Forrest, thanks for coming up.
What's up?
How are you doing tonight?
It's all right. Not a problem in the world.
Awesome. Good to see you. And Sippin, much love to you as well.
Hey.
Hi, girl. Hi.
Oh, nice. Hey. Mountain Man, I'm glad you got some new earbuds. Rocking out to Rune. Good way to test them out. All right. Okay. Forrest, do you want to go ahead and jump right in, or do you want me to pull up a song?
You know I'm always ready.
You are always ready. That's awesome.
I'm like that bunny. Well, and then when I don't have a song ready. Yeah.
Really quickly, Bran says the faces Rune pulls never fail to provoke an appreciative grin. I agree with you, Bran. Absolutely. He makes some great stank faces. And I think JM, it was you who'd made a comment, or Tate, maybe somebody said something about him being laid back and still rocking it, and he does. He's able to just kind of sit back and chill and still totally rock a song. Fantastic. All right. Go for it, Forrest, whenever you're ready.
All right. I said, Grandpa, what's this picture here? It's all black and white. It ain't real clear. Is that you there? He said, yeah, I was 11. Times were tough back in 35. That's me and Uncle Joe just trying to survive a cotton farm in a Great Depression. And if it looks like we were scared to death, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other, you should have seen it in color. Oh, and this one here's taken overseas in the middle of hell in 1943 in the wintertime. You can almost see my breath. That was my tail gunner, old Johnny McGee. He was a high school teacher from New Orleans, and he had my back right through the day we left. And if it looks like we were scared to death, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other, you should have seen it in color. A picture's worth 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades of gray keep covered. You should have seen it in color. This one is my favorite one. This is me and Grandmom in the summer sun, all dressed up. The day we said our vows. You can't tell it here, but it was hot that June. And her rose was red and her eyes was blue. Just look at that smile. I was so proud. That's the story of my life. Right there in black and white. And if it looks like we were scared to death, like a couple of kids just trying to save each other. You should have seen it in color. Yeah, picture's worth 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades of gray keep covered. You should have seen it in color. You should have seen it in color. Yeah, a picture's worth 1,000 words, but you can't see what those shades of gray keep covered. You should have seen it in color. Here comes the bling. Bling. See, there it is, the bling.
I love when you sing the twang.
That was
Wow,
awesome.
wow.
Great feeling in that one, brother.
Thank you.
That was awesome, Forrest. Really well done. And what a great song choice too for tonight, especially. Thank you.
No problem. What is tonight?
That was
What are we
great.
doing? What did I miss?
Oh, we kind of started off with a memorial, and then we were sort of remembering a lot of people's lives, and that song just resonated with it. It was great.
Whose memorial? I missed something. I'm sorry.
I don't know if you knew Wolf 7 Music, Michael Lanthier. He had been up on panel a few times, and we'd shared his music a lot, but he passed away on the 18th, and then Rich GT 350R had also passed away earlier this month as well. So I don't know if you knew Rich, but yeah. So that was just a great song choice.
Oh, well, look at there. See,
Even
Picked it
nicer
for a
that it
reason.
kind of happenstance. It sort of fit. Yeah, that was awesome. Well done. Kudos. Yep.
Thank you.
Divergent, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Thanks to everybody coming in. Appreciate you all. The link is pinned if anybody else wants to come and join us. And Jude, thank you for being here. He's 79. All right. Okay, Frank, we are back to you. If you
Okay.
want to go next,
Sure.
we'll keep this rotation going. And
Okay.
I'll just kind of play a video on each of my turns kind of in the rotation if you want to think of it that way. I'll pull up a video to play, but otherwise we'll just keep the live panel hopping while you guys are up here.
I'm going to slow things down, a little bluesy stuff. This stuff that I'm playing to, I never even played to before, so I just kind of try to put my own feel to stuff when I hear it.
All right. Really well done, Frank.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Wow, you're quick. You're quick with those changes on the settings. That's good. You don't mess
Yeah.
around.
I don't like the dead air, and so I always like talk right at the end, and then I'm like echoing, and so I just like to give feedback right away. Yeah, no, that was great. You're very chill. I love that. You just got me right in a mellow mode. It was great.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, Ricky, thank you for coming up. Glad you're here.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, so Ricky, we do this was a shorter stream than normal because I had to start it an hour later, but usually we do the first 3 hours of either music or conversation and the other half either conversation or music, and then every week we switch back and forth. So you were here for conversation before, but I'm glad you're here for the music side of things. I'm excited to hear you.
Yeah, I can do some. I seen one of y'all pop up with some karaoke. I can do some karaoke.
Awesome.
Been
MB,
doing that.
good to see you. Thanks for being here. Right? Yeah, no, that's great. Okay, yeah, it was good stuff for sure. That was awesome, Frank. Okay. All right, well, Jude, you are up next, and then we'll go to you right after that, Ricky.
Sounds good.
Okay. See if I can do this one.
All right, let me pull you up here, Jude.
From the day we arrive on the planet and blinking step into the sun, there's more to be seen that can never be seen, more to do than can ever be done. Some say eat or be eaten, some say live and let live, but all are agreed as they join the stampede. You should never take more than you give. In the circle of life, it's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place on the heaven winding. In the circle of life. Some of us fall by the wayside, and some of us soar to the stars, and some of us sail through our troubles, and some have to live with the scars. There's all too much to take in here, more to find than can never be found. But the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky keeps great and small on the endless round. In the circle of life, it's the wheel of fortune, it's the leap of faith, it's the band of hope, till we find our place from the path unwinding in the circle of life.
That was
Nice.
awesome, Jude. Really well done. That's a great song. I will forever just love that song. It makes me smile.
That
Yeah, I'm
song
with you,
hits me in the
79. Do you
heart.
laugh or cry?
It hits me in the heart every time. That's a great song.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that entire soundtrack has a special place in my heart for a lot of
Oh,
different
yeah.
reasons, and that
Yeah.
was awesome, Jude.
I've just been feeling Disney songs today.
Yeah, there you go. It was a good one for tonight for sure. Sarah, thank you for coming up. How are you doing?
I'm good. I was like, I need to break my indie cherry.
Yeah, right. It's about damn time, girl. But I'm glad.
I know.
I'm glad you're here.
I am too.
No, thank you for
Let
joining.
me go up here.
Right? Yeah. See, I know it's one of those songs that like hits you in the heart every time, right, Apple? I feel you. Yeah, that was great. Okay. Yeah, of course, 79. You can definitely smoke here. All right. Okay, that's right, Mountain Man. Okay, so let's see. I think we are at you, Ricky. You ready? And then
Yeah, I
we'll go to
think
you right
so.
after that, Sarah.
Okay.
Okay.
I might need to play music for a second. Make sure I ain't blowing nobody's ear out.
Yeah, you want to do a little test of
Yeah, let's
sound?
do a little test. So, because I'm used to having it all the way up, but
Oh, hold on one second. I'm doing something funny. There we go. Do you need the words up on screen or can I put you up?
no, I can keep it on this tab if I need to. Does that sound good
Okay.
though?
Sounds like a pretty good balance to me. What do you guys think? I'm not hearing any other feedback, but I thought you sounded great. We'll go
Alright.
with it.
It sounded a little low.
Little low?
The
Okay.
music's a little low. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I'm not sure. I'm used to on Zoom. I turn it all the way up. So, how about there?
Perfect.
Awesome. That's what I like to hear. All right. Oops. What am I doing here? All right. Here we go. I'll give her hell. I know it sounds funny, but I just can't stand the pain. Girl, I'm leaving you tomorrow. It seems to me, girl, you know I've done all I can. You see, I beg, stole, and I borrow. Yeah, that's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Why in the world would anybody put chains on me? Yeah, I paid my dues to make it. Everybody wants me to be what they want me to be. I'm not happy when I try to fake it. No. Ooh, that's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. I wanna be high, so high. I wanna be free to know the things I do are right. I wanna be free, just me, oh baby. Ooh. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Yeah. That's why I'm easy. I'm easy like Sunday morning. 'Cause I'm easy. Ooh. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Yeah. 'Cause I'm easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
That was really awesome, Ricky. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to turn on. There we go. Okay. That was fantastic and great song.
Thank you. Thank you. That's right.
Awesome, Lionel.
So I realized partway through that your echo cancellation was on, and so it was kind of clipping. You still sounded good, but you were clipping a little bit. So I turned it off, and the sound got a little bit funny there for a second. But just remind me before the next time you sing, and I'll make sure I get your sound settings set right.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yeah, but you sounded good. You sounded good. It was just, I noticed it was kind of clipping a little bit, which it'll do when it has that. Yeah, sounded great, right? Yeah. When it has that echo cancellation on. That was great. I love that song. And it was just, yeah, I'm digging the vibes tonight, guys. Great song choices. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Michigan, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Watt, much love to you. And TZ, good to see you here. Okay. I believe that we are to you, Sarah.
Woo.
Time to officially pop that cherry right here and now. Thank you, Anti. Okay. Yeah, just a little bit. I noticed it for a little part of it.
Sorry.
But we got there. You're okay.
All right. I think I'm ready.
Okay.
Maybe. Okay. Nights in white satin, never reaching the end. Letters I've written, never meaning to say. Beauty I'd always missed with these eyes before. Just what the truth is, I can't say anymore. 'Cause I love
gazing at people, some hand in hand. Just what I'm going through, they can understand. Some try to tell me thoughts they cannot defend. That's what you wanna be, you will be in the end. And I love you, yes I love you. Oh, how I love you. Oh, how I love you. Nights in white satin, never reaching the end. Letters I've written, never meaning to send. Beauty I'd always miss with these eyes before. Just what the truth is, I can't say anymore. 'Cause I love you, yes I love you. Oh, how I love you. Oh, how I love you. 'Cause I love you, yes I love you. Oh, how I love you. Oh, how I love you. Whew.
Wow, that was awesome, Sarah.
Thank
Yeah, it was fantastic. That's a great one with your
Awesome,
voice
awesome.
too.
That was
You
sweet.
have a
Great
powerhouse of a voice. I love that.
Oh, yeah.
I love the Moody Blues. Hey,
Mhm.
That was
Pam.
beautiful.
Yeah, Peg, thank you for coming up. Good to see you. I said,
Yes.
I don't know if you'd stepped away, but I was lurking for part of your stream earlier. We were on the road, so I was listening for a little bit.
Hey,
But it was a
Pegs.
great stream from what I could tell, per usual.
Yeah, and the first time ever I've been blocked. I'm like, what? I got to figure this out later. I'm going to figure
Oh,
it out later.
really?
Yeah, they sent me an
So-
email. It's not a strike, but they blocked it. And I'm
yeah.
like, ugh.
It's
So I gotta
you
go
check
through
and see when you go in YouTube Studio. Check and see where it's blocked. I've been getting a lot of blocks in mine for Russia and Belarus,
Yeah.
but not for anywhere else. So I just leave it. Yeah, I just leave it. I'm like, well, sorry, Russia and Belarus,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
Yeah, some of
Too
mine are
bad
blocked.
to
Some of mine are
say.
blocked in certain areas too.
All right.
Yeah,
So it shouldn't do Rasputin,
lately so. Yeah.
which is banned in Russia.
Yeah. But other than that, as long as it's not blocked in the US for the most part, I just let it slide.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that
But
was
that was
awesome,
really,
Sarah. Thank you.
yeah, Sarah, great. Good to see you,
Thank
sissy.
you.
Oh, I didn't realize that you have never been on Indy's show before. That's cool.
Never. Well, I've been in the chat.
You got your
and
cherry pop.
We've been on panel together, but just not here.
Yeah, and I keep telling
Yeah.
her like, I'm gonna come on your
Right,
panel,
Susan.
and then I don't.
Well, I'm glad it worked out this time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, thanks for being here. All
Yeah.
right, Peg, if you want to go ahead and jump in the rotation, we're already to you, and then
Mhm.
we'll kind of start back over.
Yeah, Sarah inspired me to do this one. I think it's a great follow up to what she's saying.
All right.
All right, let me do my settings. Okay, here we go. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Because the visions of me creeping left its seeds while I was sleeping. And the vision that was planted in my brain still remains within the sound of silence. In restless dreams I'd walked alone, narrow streets of cobblestone, beneath the halo of a street lamp. I turned my collar to the cold and damp. When my eyes were stabbed by the flash of a neon light that displayed the night and touched the sound of silence. And in the naked light I saw 10,000 people, maybe more. People talking without speaking. People hearing without listening. People writing songs that in voices never shared. And no one dared disturb the sound of silence. Fools, I say, you don't know. Silence like a cancer grows. Hear my words that I might teach you. Take my arms that I might reach you. But my words, like silent raindrops, fell and echo in the wells of silence. And the people bowed and prayed to a neon god they made. And the sign flashed out its warning. And the words, it was for me. And the sign said the words of the prophets are written in the subway walls and tenement halls and whispered in the sand. Oh, silence.
Phenomenal, Peg. That was gorgeous.
That was amazing.
Yes, sissy.
Really, really well done. And like Ozark said, no way you could ever mistake that voice in singing.
Right.
Absolutely. Right.
I'm still
Amazing.
waiting for my signed autograph
Right? Get it while you can. I
before she
purchased in
becomes
the big
really
time with some
famous.
movies and everything, right?
Just one movie, that's all.
Oh, movie. So we're counting it. Yeah, agreed, JM. Yeah, please do
Hey,
make sure you sub up to Mrs. High. Go check out her channel, catch her live streams and her covers and some collaborations as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Watt. Watt says music washes away from the soul the dust of everyday life. Bertold Arbach. Ah, great quote. Watt always has the great quotes. Thank you for the support, Watt. Much appreciated. All right. That was fantastic, Peg. Thank you so much. Great rendition. I agree, Jerry.
Yes, it was.
Okay, Steve-O, how are you doing tonight?
Hello, everybody.
howdy, howdy.
Doing
Thanks
good.
for if you want to jump in and you're ready, you can go ahead and go right now if you want.
Okay, let me present. And Peg, great show earlier. I
Yes.
was frying chicken at the time.
Awesome,
It
Blue.
was a great show. All right, I'm going to do some, I haven't done this before, but I'm going to do some Cat Stevens.
Always a first time for anything.
Right?
All right, here we go. Morning has broken like the first morning. Blackbird has spoken like the first bird. Praise for the singing, praise for the morning, praise for them springing from fresh from the world. Sweet the rain's new fall, sunlit from heaven, like the first dew fall on the first grass. Praise for the sweetness of the wet garden, sprung in completeness where his feet pass. Mine is the sunlight, mine is the morning, born of the one light, Eden saw play. Praise with elation, praise every morning, God's recreation of the new day. Morning has broken like the first morning. Blackbird has spoken like the first bird. Praise for the singing, praise for the morning, praise for them springing fresh from the world.
Great song. Well done, Steve-O.
Thank you.
Nice.
It was a good choice. I like that one.
Thank
Good
you.
job,
guys.
Steve-O.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up. All right.
Thank you. Thanks for having me up.
Yeah. Great job, right, Ducks? Okay. Let's see. All right. I think that we are back to the beginning. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video. This next song. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Oh, I think I somehow bumped you down, Steve, or you got disconnected for a second there. All right. Here we go. Okay. This is an original song by David Joshua. I share all of his songs because I just love him to pieces. He's so talented. He has a great voice and he's a great person too. David has started live streaming on, I believe, I don't want to say the wrong day. Somebody tell me in the chat if you know. It's either Sundays or Wednesdays, and I can't remember which. But go and sub him up and hit the bell so that you will be notified and catch him live when he is, because he's just as talented live as he is when he is recorded. It's really amazing. All right, here we go. Here is one of his latest songs, Collide.
Have you ever been to the city? Well, there I have been. There's nothing much there to see except twisted steel and sin. Oh, but you look into my eyes. You say everything will be alright. You say, I'm gonna love you no matter which way the wind blows. And I'm gonna love you no matter how this thing goes. And I'm gonna love you no matter which way the wind blows. I'm gonna love you no matter how this goes. Singing songs about your beauty, I can hear them calling your name. Well, maybe they are needy. I guess they need somebody to blame. Oh, but you look into my eyes. You say everything will be alright. You say, I'm gonna love you no matter which way the wind blows. And I'm gonna love you no matter how this thing goes. And I'm gonna love you no matter which way the wind blows. And I'm gonna love you no matter how this goes. Now how does this go? Well, they dragged you out into the street. They said, hear ye is your king. Well, they slapped you up on a tree. Well, I guess they were really mean. And I looked into your eyes. That's where you and I collide. And you sang beautifully, oh, over me, Christ my King. I'm gonna love you no matter which way the wind blows. And I'm gonna love you no matter how this thing goes. And I'm gonna love you no matter which way the matter how this goes.
I love that.
Right? Unbelievable. His voice and the lyrics in that are so great. Really well done, David.
He almost sounded like Frank Zappa for a while.
Yeah, and people have Johnny Cash vibes from him too.
That too, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. I love all of his songs. Three Ducks. What a great song those are.
Great message too.
Absolutely. Yes, yeah, beautiful song. Really well written. I really love all of his songs too. He's amazing. Yeah, go check him out, you guys. Like I said, he does live streams, and thank you for the assist, everybody. They are on Sundays at 8 p.m. Central. So thank you. Go catch him live. I will hope to see you there. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Mo. Very catchy tune. All right, 15th, much love to you. Thank you for being here. I wanted to highlight this. He said Indy chat delay test, but I saw it right as it happened in real time. Mark it down. Thank you for the support, 15th. Oh, sorry, I got a tickle in my throat. Okay, and then Mo, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships and for all of your support. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you for being here most of all. Right, Jerry, amazing voice. And Tate says, I hear Roy Orbison in there too. Yeah. All right, thanks, 15th. It's keeping receipts. Appreciate it. 15th, right at the beginning of the stream tonight, we did a little bit of a memorial section for Wolf, and I posted the link to your memorial that you did last night. You really did a beautiful job honoring and remembering him, and I posted that so others could go back and check it out, and I hope you'll go back and watch the beginning of this as well. But much love to you. Okay. All right, let's see. So I think we're back at the beginning of the rotation, and Forrest, we're to you.
Yes.
And I saw Peg had to step down, but she was going to try to reboot. She's having some issues, so she might be back up. Okay, and then Steve-O. Oh, yeah, you're up there. It keeps looking like you're not on the screen for me for some reason, but you're here. Okay, let me go ahead and add this up. All right.
Alrighty.
Take it away for us.
Thank you. Sinking. We both lie silent still in the dead of the night. Although we both lie close together, we feel miles apart inside. Was it something I said or something I did? Did my words not come out right? Though I tried not to hurt you, though I tried. But I guess that's why they say every rose has its thorn. Just like every night has its dawn. Just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn. Yeah, it does. I listen to a favorite song playing on the radio. Hear the DJ say love's a game of easy come and easy go. But I wonder, does he know? Has he ever felt like this? And I know that you'd be here right now if I could have let you know somehow. I guess every rose has its thorn. Just like every night has its dawn. Just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn. Though it's been a while now, I can still feel so much pain. Like a knife that cuts and the wound heals, but the scar, that scar remains. No, I could have saved the love that night if I'd known what to say. Instead of making love, we both made our separate ways. And now I hear you found somebody new, and that I never meant that much to you. To hear that tears me up inside, but to see you cuts me like a knife. I guess every rose has its thorn, just like every night has its dawn. Just like every cowboy sings a sad, sad song. Every rose has its thorn. There's the bling. Every song.
But you didn't sing the bling this time. I don't know, Forrest.
No, I didn't do the bling.
Right, there we go. There it is. That was awesome, Forrest. Well done. That was great. I think everybody was enjoying that one, except maybe 79, but that's like a sign of love, so it's okay. Fantastic, right? Awesome job. I agree. Okay, thank you, Forrest.
You're welcome.
All right. We are back to Frank. There we go. I had to find it. Okay, there we go.
This is going to be my last one.
Okay.
I got to get up and go to work in the morning.
Yeah. Thank you for being here and for hanging out. We've got a lot of people up on panel, which I love, but then it makes it a long rotation. So I appreciate you hanging out.
I
We can hear you again.
I had a great time.
Awesome.
This
Well, you're
one's
welcome back anytime.
Great. This one's an accompaniment with a piano. I love to play the piano. This is called Goodbye. Goodbye. It's a pretty tune, I think. Let's see what we can do with it.
That was awesome, Frank.
Nice.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Very
it was
nice, Frank.
great. Everybody was feeling that one.
Oh, good. Me too.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, that was awesome.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, Frank. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, right.
And anytime it works out, you are more than welcome.
I'm
But I'm sure I'll catch you live or somewhere else on panel sometime soon.
I always feel welcome when I'm up there.
Good, you are welcome.
Thank you. And
Yeah.
thank you for everybody in the chat too. Thank you.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Thank
All
you.
right, well, have a great night, and we'll see you around soon. Whoops,
You
that's what I wanted
too.
to do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Yeah, take care. Mike, it's good to see you. There are so many mics around here, you guys. I just have to say. I feel like I need to start making more nicknames. Okay. Great conversation and support in the chat, too. Appreciate you all being here tonight. All right, let's see. Okay, I think we are back to you, Jude.
Before they turn off all the lights, I won't read you your wrongs or your rights. The time is gone. I tell you good night, close the door. Tell you I love you once more. The time is gone. So here it is. I'm not your son, you're not my father. We're just two grown men saying goodbye. No need to forget, no need to forget. I know your mistakes and you know mine. And while you're sleeping, I'll try to make you proud. So Daddy, won't you just close your eyes? Don't be afraid. It's my turn to chase the monsters away. Oh, well, I'll read a story to you. Only difference is this one is true. Time is gone. I folded your clothes on the chair. I hope you sleep well, don't be scared. The time is gone. So here it is. I'm not your son, you're not my father. We're just two grown men saying goodbye. No need to forget, no need to forget. I know your mistakes and you know mine. And while you're sleeping, I'll try to make you proud. So Daddy, won't you just close your eyes? Don't be afraid. It's my turn to chase the monsters away. Sleep a lifetime, yes, and breathe the last word. You can feel my hand on your own. I will be the last one, so I'll leave a lifetime. Let there be no darkness.
Really beautiful, Jude.
Thank you, thank you.
That
Yeah,
was really
sounded
well
great.
done.
Yes, very
Your
good.
levels are so much better.
Thank you,
sounded
thank
good.
you.
Oh, I keep doing the wrong one. Such a great song, too. I love that song. Dark, it's good to see you, also known as Kayakaholic. It's kind of funny. I don't always notice the addresses. This way we do notice them, though, right? I don't know what this YouTube shenanigans is about, but we'll see if they keep it or if they ditch it. I don't know. Dux, much love to you. I hope you have a good night. Really quickly, I do want to say probably I will not be streaming next Friday. A couple people have asked, and I keep forgetting to say it. It is the 4th of July, and so I will be busy with the family celebrating. What is that saying? Blowing up a small part of the country to celebrate its independence. That's what I'll be doing. So I might try to do a pop-up stream, but I don't know for sure if I'll be able to get that in. But stay tuned. I will put something up on my post tab to let people know one way or the other if I'm doing a pop-up, or also I'll put something up to let everybody know that I won't be here on Friday. But I'll be back in 2 weeks. And then we also have the backstage speakeasies on Sundays. Those are at 8:30 p.m. 8:30 p.m. my time, 11:30 p.m. Eastern. And for those who might not know, it's a time where you can just click the link and it looks like panel right here, but it's all backstage. It's not live. Numbers are a little bit limited, but we usually have been able to fit everybody in. And we watch movies and hang out and talk about movies and just kind of chill and kind of share things we can't share on YouTube as far as movies and videos go, sometimes concerts, sometimes documentaries, and have conversations and just get to know each other better. And the coolest thing to me about it is that, well, besides the lack of censorship, is that there are some people who just aren't really comfortable being live on YouTube who are comfortable being backstage. And so we get to talk with some people that you don't usually get to see up on panel. So, hey, sweets, thanks for being here. So come and check that out. That's the backstage speakeasies on Sunday nights. And it'll look like I'm going live, but it's the false front. I'm not going live. Just click on the pin link and come and join us backstage. And you can be talking like this with your camera off. You can share your camera on. You can stay in the private chat backstage and not talk at all. It's totally up to you. So it's open to everybody. Okay. Were you really born on the 4th of July? Oh, you've got a great theme song. That's awesome. Very cool. Simulated artillery fire. Yay. I know some people don't like it. I love it.
I have a nephew that was born on the 4th of July, and every year I tell him, you know, the whole country is celebrating with you, for you.
Yeah. My one of my brothers was born on 8675. So he has that 8675309. And I think that every time I think of his birthday, I have to think of that song. And then he was also born in East LA. So he has a couple of theme songs. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
11:11. It was 8:11 here, which means I'm 2 minutes behind 15th. Only 2 minutes. Spawn, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Shout out to Cheech Marin.
Right? Dark,
Cheech and
I've
Chong.
heard rumors about July 4th, but I feel like every July 4th there's rumors about, some false flag or some kind of event. So, keep your head on a swivel, but per usual, I'd say avoid big crowds, but go and enjoy life and, be aware of your surroundings. Be prepared, have a plan in place for what to do just in case, and keep an eye on your loved ones.
Keep on keeping on.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at here? So, Ricky, you're up next.
All right. Let's see. It'll go better. I took that off since I got my headphones on anyway. I turned that.
Oh, perfect.
Cancel,
Yeah.
Echo canceling off and all that. So
Yep.
it should do better this time.
Yeah, and your volume balance was pretty good, but if your mic's low, I'll turn it up a little bit on my end. I can do that.
Okay.
So, but it seemed like it was a good balance there.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna try this song. I've done a few times, but not very many. Maybe in another life I could find you there. Pulled away before your time. I can't deal. It's so unfair, and it feels like heaven so far away. And it feels like the world has grown cold now that you've gone away. Leaving flowers on your grave show that I still care. Black roses and Hail Marys, I can't bring back what's taken from me. I reach to the sky and call out your name. Oh, please let me trade. I would, and it feels like heaven so far away. And it stings, yeah, it stings. Now the world is so cold. Now you've gone away, gone away. Gone away, yeah, 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 whoa, yeah, whoa, whoa, whoa. I reach to the sky and call out your name. Oh, please let me trade. I would, and it feels like heaven so far away. And it feels like heaven so far away. And it stings. Now the world is so cold. Now that you've gone away, gone away, gone away. Yeah, 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 whoa, yeah, whoa. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, whoa, whoa. And it feels like the world is so cold now that you've gone away.
That was awesome, Ricky.
Thank you.
Great song choice too. Love that. Really well done. And your balance was really good this time. Yeah, your sound sounded awesome too.
Awesome. Working on it. I'm getting used to StreamYard. Appreciate y'all.
That was great, Ricky. Thank you so much for coming up.
No problem. I'm gonna have to call tonight, but I appreciate for having me up here though.
Yeah.
Later,
Ricky, you want to share anything about your channel before you go? And Nana, love you. Good to see you.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I appreciate it. We get my channel is the AIP. Anything is possible, and I talk about just about anything and everything from old military projects that's declassified to the world's oldest hotel. And then I've been working on going live every day at lunchtime, around lunchtime. I got 3 out of 5 days this week, so on weekdays, that's not too bad. But I'm in the process of moving and everything, so it's been fun. Like today, I had people in and out of my house all day looking for the new owners for paint, all kinds of crazy stuff. But and then Wednesday nights we go live with my friend Jamie and Dave. We have fun. Very knowledgeable gentlemen, and then we have call-ins. So if people want to call in, they can call and share their knowledge too. So it's all about bringing people together and sharing knowledge and hopefully telling people stuff they'd never heard of.
Yeah, I've really been enjoying your streams when I can catch them. I'm glad you're doing what you're doing and sharing out info and asking the questions like we do here too. So appreciate you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll see you around sometime soon. Thanks, Ricky.
Oh, y'all take care.
Thanks,
Have a good night. Okay. Thanks to everybody coming in. Nana, I saw a bunch of people coming in. Appreciate you all being here. And Indioki, EDU, it's good to see you up here. Is there another name that you go by?
Yeah, TX.
Okay, TX. There we go. Yeah.
Man, I'm glad I have 2 channels on YouTube. It was not, something I thought about, but I have one channel for my karaoke videos, sorry, and the other one for me playing and making covers and stuff. But right now, my main channel is under an active copyright strike.
Oh no!
I'm glad I have the alternative.
What did you get a strike for?
All the best channels have copyright strikes.
Yeah, Brad knows it. Man, I just hosted an open channel karaoke live stream, and we dared to sing Depeche Mode. And then,
no, not Depeche Mode.
You can't sing that.
Apparently. Okay, well, good to know, but that's too bad. That's unfortunate. All right, well, thanks for coming and joining us tonight. Appreciate you being up here.
Yep.
All right, let's see. I believe, okay, Sarah's down. Pace up, Steve-O. We are back to you.
All right, this will be my last one this evening.
Okay.
I'm going to do Al Stewart, Year of the Cat.
Love it.
All right, you're all set.
From a Bogart movie in a country where they turn back time. You go strolling through the crowd like Peter Lorre contemplating a crime. She comes out of the sun in a silk dress, running like a watercolor in the rain. Don't bother asking for explanations, she'll just tell you that she came in the year of the cat. She doesn't give you time for questions, she locks up your arm in hers, and you follow till you sense of which direction completely disappears. By the blue tile walls near the market stalls, there's a hidden door she leads you to. These days, she says, I feel my life just like a river running through the year of the cat. morning comes and you're still with her, and the bus and the tourists are gone, and you've thrown away your choice and lost your ticket, so you have to stay on. But the drumbeat strains of the night remains in the rhythm of the newborn day. You know sometime you're bound to leave her, but for now you're gonna stay in the year of the cat. In the year of the cat.
That was cool, Steve.
That was great,
Thank
Steve-O. Yeah, that's another great song choice. Love it.
Yep. Thanks for having me up, Indy. Appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Thanks
Thank
for
you,
being here.
everybody. Good night. Later.
Good to see you, Steve-O.
You too,
Yeah.
Brad.
Have a great night, Steve-O. Thanks
All right.
again.
Y'all take care. Have a nice one.
Thank you. Much love to you, Steve-O. Thanks to everybody coming into. Nickel, Deadpool, good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. All right. Thank you, Snooks. Okay. All right. We will not comply. I'm not sure what you're not complying with, but I agree. All right. Good to see everybody here tonight. Appreciate you all being here throughout the night. We are going to kind of transition into conversation in a little while. So we'll probably, hey, 101, we'll probably be on our last rotation here. Let's see. I think that we are to you, Brad.
I'm before Eduardo? Okay.
Yep. And we'll go Brad and then Eduardo. And then, I think we'll go back to you, Forrest, and then I'll have a couple videos and we'll switch gears. So perfect.
All right.
Okay.
So this is going to be an odd one. It's a cappella. So nothing nervous about that. It is a tribute to someone who passed away yesterday, the singer of this song, Rebecca Del Rio. And this is from Mulholland Drive. She also did some work with David Lynch on Twin Peaks: The Return. But I will be sharing this. Here we go. Just go ahead and click on that.
Sorry about that, Brad. There you go.
No problem. And wish me luck. Here we go.
Señoras y señores, el Club Silencio les presenta la Llorona de Los Ángeles, Rebecca del Río.
Yo estaba bien por un tiempo, volviendo a sonreír. Luego anoche te vi, tu mano me tocó y el saludo de tu voz. Te hablé muy bien y tú, sin saber que he estado llorando por tu amor, llorando por tu amor. Luego tu oh Dios, sin ti todo mi dolor, sola llorando, 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 llorando. No es fácil de entender que al verte otra vez yo esté llorando. Yo que pensé que te olvidé, pero es verdad, es la verdad, que te quiero aún más, mucho más que ayer. Dime tú qué puedo hacer, no me quieras ya, y siempre estaré llorando por tu amor, llorando por tu amor se llevó todo mi corazón. Y quiero llorando, 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 llorando por tu There we go.
Brad, that was just next level. Amazing.
God, you're just showing off, Brad.
No,
Your
He's like,
dog
come
did
on,
great
really?
too, man.
No, that was
Rebecca Del
beautiful.
Rio is amazing, and if that sounds familiar, that's
Mhm.
a cover of "Crying" by Roy
Yeah,
Orbison.
that was gorgeous and stunning. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. That was beautiful. All right. Let's see. Okay, Eduardo, I think we are
Yes.
to you next.
Thank you to Mazzy for the backing vocals on that one. Yes.
Yeah.
Nothing adds drama like a tiny dog.
Yeah, it's so
She
cute
liked
though.
it. She liked
Right?
it.
She was singing along. She was doing her part to contribute.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Amanda. Thanks for being here. Yeah, that was beautiful. I hope you, if you didn't see all of the comments, I hope you'll go back and check them out because everybody was blown away. That was beautiful. All right. Okay. Before you go, Eduardo, I wanted to go ahead and
Yeah.
share. 15th was here earlier in the chat. I don't know if he's still here, but I didn't, when I was talking about his channel, I did not remember to share that he has an album coming out. It's coming out on July 3rd. So I'm going to go ahead and put the link in the chat if you want to order a digital copy of 15th Ben's new album, Real. And I have heard some teases over on his stream and then also the bonus track, which is in honor of Michael Lanthier, Wolf 7. And it's called The Way, and it's stunning. So go check out 15th Ben's new album. Oh, awesome, 15th. You're still here. Good. All right. Much love to you, 15th. Okay, Eduardo, we are to you.
Okay, Indy, thank you so much for hosting.
Yeah, thanks for coming up and joining. Right,
This
please.
team was beautiful, man. All my love goes to Michael's family.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see if I can sing this one.
Silhouettes when our bodies finally go. To walk through the empty streets and feel something pressing under my feet. All the news reports recommend that I stay indoors, because the air outside will make ourselves divided at an alarming rate, till our shells simply cannot hold all our insides in, and that's when we'll explode. It won't be a pretty sight, and it will become silhouettes when our bodies finally go. And we'll become silhouettes when our bodies finally go. Silhouettes when our bodies finally go. Silhouettes when our bodies finally go.
That was awesome, Eduardo. Really well
done. Sorry about the long outro.
No, it was great. You sounded
I was
awesome.
there for it. I was like, yes, Postal Service.
Yeah. All right. That was great. Okay, does anybody know the Fever win? We have somebody backstage I am not familiar with. Fever, I asked you a question in the chat. If I know you by another name, go ahead and let me know. Otherwise, come and hang out in the chat and we'll get to know you before you can come up and join us on panel. But thanks for wanting to come and join us. I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, that was awesome. Really well done. Okay, I think what we'll go ahead and do, let's see. I think we are back to you. No, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video and then we'll do one more quick rotation. And then we will switch gears. So I'll do this song and then one more video at the end of the rotation. And then we will, oh, actually, Bran, if you could pull up the song by Rachel A.O. Oh, okay. All right, we'll give this a try. Hopefully it's really you. How are you doing?
Me? I'm doing all
right. Okay, it's you. I was like, I'll know as soon as I hear your voice.
So you know who I am?
Yes, this is Nickel. Yeah, I know who you are. By that name, but I didn't know the Fever win. Is that your new name?
Oh, no. I just put that on there because they won today.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Sportsing and I are not simpatico these days, so I had no clue. But thank you for coming up, Nickel.
Yeah, not as many today, so I thought maybe I could add maybe my 2 cents worth. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's great. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video and we'll do one more rotation, and we'll actually start with you, Nickel, and then go into the next rotation. And Brad, I'm going to leave a comment to you in the chat and just in the private chat in just a second, just as a heads up. Okay. All right. This is a song, a cover of Amy Winehouse's Back to Black. I love the song, and I love Rachel Ayo. I played a song of hers last week, one of her originals. You guys, if you're not subbed to Rachel, you are really missing out. She has an incredible voice. She's a really great person, and she also has, this is amazing, but her originals are phenomenal too. So here we go. Rachel Ayo, Back to Black.
He left no time to regret. Kept his dick wet with his same old safe bet. Me and my head high and my tears dry. Get on without my guy. You went back to what you so far removed from all that we've been through, and I tread a troubled track. My odds are stacked. I'll go back to black. We only said goodbye.
Stunning. Love that. Rachel, well done. Right? Agreed, Mountain Man. Stunning performance. Okay. All right, that was awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Anti, for continuing to share the link for supporting Michael's kids and family. Appreciate that. Yes, Mountain Man has a new album called Ascending. with 12 original songs. Mountain Man, I will be honest and say that I have not had a chance to listen because life has been crazy, but I saved the Ascending playlist that's on your channel. And Anti, if you wouldn't mind grabbing that playlist link and sharing it in the chat so people can go and check out that album, that'd be great. But Mountain Man, I love your music, and I'm glad that you are that you have this new album out, and I can't wait to listen. It will happen sometime soon. Okay. All right. We are going to Brad, I put a question to you in the chat if you can take a look at that. And in the meantime, Forrest, if you want to do one more, it is your turn.
Of course. Go straight to the horse and ask the source. Who'll give you the question that you endorse. He's always on a steady course.
Yeah, looking forward to that, Mountain Man, for sure. Thank you, Anti. Appreciate you. Okay, let me add that in and then take it away. All right. Thanks, Forrest. Here we go.
All right. This one's to my wife.
Uh-oh.
She says, uh-oh, I love it.
That's scary.
Baby, if I seem a little bit distracted, like I'm in another place and another time, well, I apologize for the way I'm acting. I just got a lot of loving you on my mind. Ever since this morning I've been wondering how you do that thing that you did last night. Well, let me tell you, girl, it was really something. That's why I got a lot of loving you on my mind. I walk around and dream about you, every single minute of every day, yeah. And it's all I can do to make it through until the night. I can hardly wait, oh, I can hardly wait. Girl, the kind of loving you put on me, ain't no way there's a better kind. Baby, just tell me when you want me. I always got a lot of loving you on my mind. Oh, on my mind, loving you on my mind. Always got a lot of loving you on my mind.
Auto insurance all seems the same.
Until it's time. Right into auto insurance.
Yeah.
What the heck is that?
That was beautiful, Forrest. Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you, Forrest.
A lot of loving you on your mind, insurance.
Right?
You need it.
Yep. All right. Thank you so much for coming up and hanging out, Forrest and Sippin. Appreciate you both being here.
All right. Y'all take care.
Thank you.
Yeah. Much love to you both.
Good night, everybody.
Have a good night.
Night.
All right.
Good night.
Okay. I think we are back to you, Brad. And did you see my comment in the chat, Brad? I didn't know if you saw it.
I missed it.
Not,
What did?
not,
Oh, the private.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead. Yeah, go ahead and do a song. You're good.
Me sing a longer song?
If you have one off the top of your head
Hold
now,
my beer.
you are.
Let me see.
And play something in a minute, but it's up to you.
I mean, I'm currently working on an 8-minute song, but it's not ready. So
That would be just about perfect. But
let me see.
yeah, there's been a lot of issues with YouTube, you guys. I know there's not. I mean, I think here it's been okay, but yeah, there's just the last few days. It seems like there's been a lot of glitches and weird stuff happening beyond the name stuff. Mo, much love to you. Thank you so much for being here. Always appreciate your support in all the ways. Much love. If you guys aren't subbed to Wildlife Watch with Mo, go check out her channel. She shares great nature videos, and you get to know all of her animals that are over where she lives in Colorado. Beautiful.
All right. So I am sharing. It's not 8, but it's 7.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
So
let me put it up here.
Time whatever you need to time.
Yeah. I just have to step away for a minute, so you guys can chit chat if I'm not back in time, but I should be. All right. Let me go ahead.
A chair is still a chair, even when there's no one sitting there. But a chair is not a house, and a house is not a home when there's no one there to hold you tight and no one there you can kiss goodnight. Girl, a room is still a room, even when there's nothing there but gloom. But a room is not a house, and a house is not a home when the two of us are far apart, and one of us has a broken
pretty little darling have a heart. Don't let one mistake keep us apart. I'm not meant to live alone. Turn this house into a home when I climb the stairs and turn the key. Oh, please be there. Say you're still in love with me. Yeah, I'm not meant to live alone. Oh, turn this house into a home where I climb the stairs and turn the key. Oh, please be there, still in love. I said, still in love. Still in with me. Yeah. Are you gonna be in love with me? I want you and need you to be still in love with me. Say you're gonna be in love with me. It's driving me crazy to think that my baby couldn't be still in love with me. Are you gonna be? Say you're gonna be. Are you gonna be? Say you're gonna be. Are you gonna be? Say you're gonna be. Well, 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 well. Still in love, so in love, still in love with me. Are you gonna be? Say that you're gonna be. Still in love with me. With me. Oh, still in love with me.
All right, that was awesome. Well done, Brad. The perfect amount of time too. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
No, that was beautiful. I hope you go back and check out the comments since I was away and could not highlight them. But that was fantastic. Beautiful. Okay, I'm here. It's good to see you here. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Why do I keep doing that tonight? Funny. I'm here. It's good to see you. Thanks for being here. And welcome to anybody else I missed coming in. All right. Eduardo, you are up next.
Oh, thought it was you, Indy.
I'm going to go ahead and have you go and do yours, and then we'll do one more song to switch gears into conversation.
Okay. Shared my screen.
Yeah, you are all set. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
gone astray. Call me lucky. Call me lucky. Call me lucky. You are lost and disillusioned. What an awful thing to say. No, that doesn't matter. It means nothing to me. I thought I might help them understand what an ugly thing to see. I am so under the screen. Call me lucky. Call me lucky. Call me When I try to tell my story, cut me off to take a break. I sat silent by commercial. I had nothing left to say. Social was a big scar, all organized and bad. The gas was getting harder. What a sad What a sad day. Call me lucky. Call me lucky. Call me lucky.
That was beautiful, Eduardo. Sounded great.
You know I love it.
Yeah,
You're
that was awesome.
Playing all the songs to me.
Love it when it works out that way, right? Okay. Yeah, I think 79 kicked Nickel off the panel. Must have jam. I don't know what happened to Nickel. Must have had an issue with connections or had to go. No worries. Thank you so much to everybody who's been up here for music tonight, you guys. It's been really a great night of music. Appreciate everybody coming to share. And we're going to go ahead and close off the music part of things. I know it went a little bit longer than we planned, but that's okay. That's how we roll here. And this is a beautiful song. I heard this band over on 15th Bend stream. I think I played one of their songs here before, but every single song of theirs I've heard, I really enjoy. And it is November South. And you got to really listen to their lyrics on their songs because they're all just really beautifully written. And I like their sound, obviously, as well. So this is Our Father's Sins. And if you want to come up and join in for the conversation, go ahead and click the link pinned at the top of the chat. Everybody is welcome, as long as I know who you are, and or somebody here can vouch for you well. But yeah, we're going to switch gears into conversation here after this. So thanks again, everybody. Thank you for being here to honor Michael Lanthier and remember all of those we've lost along the way here on YouTube or from YouTube. And for just a great night of music too. Appreciate you all. All right, here we go. November South, Our Father's Sins.
I've been walking alone, my shoes in the dirt, been wearing a hole, 1 foot in the grave. I've been fighting for something that I just can't save. All I wanted was freedom, but the weight of the world came down on me. I'm broke, bloodied and bruised. There's no way to rewind it, no way to get through. When I look up to the sky, the sun is all I see. It's getting closer to the night, and I can barely breathe. I've been digging a hole, came down with the sickness, now I'm taking it slow. No, it's not a disease, I guess playing with fire's caught up with me. They've been walking a while, trying to make some believers out of us, you see. But I ain't taking the bait. From where I stand, it ain't nothing but hate. When I look up to the sky, the dark is all I see. Getting closer to the light, I find the air I need. Catch me in the wind, can't find me now, never see me again. Out here in the wild, we've been fighting the war. It's only a child blown up from the knees. She hung down from a ledge for us all to see, and I've been taking it in. Been trying to repent for our father's sins. Look up to the sky, the dark is all I see. Getting closer to the light, I find the air to breathe. When I look up to the sun, I've been walking alone, my shoes in the dirt, been wearing a hole, 1 foot in the grave. I've been fighting for something that I just can't save.
Beautiful. Love that song.
Yeah, beautiful
Yeah,
song.
a lot of emotion in their lyrics for sure. All right.
All right, I'm going, guys. Much
Yeah,
love to
thanks
you all.
for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming up. All right, the link is pinned for anybody else who wants to come up to join us for conversation. I think what I'll go ahead and do, Bran, are you able to stay up for a little bit or you need to go? Let me know either way.
I need to go.
Yeah, it's getting late. All right, thank you so much for being here, Bran. Appreciate you always and all of your support and for sharing out links and everything. Or videos, I should say. Thanks for being
You're
here.
welcome.
Yeah. All right. Thanks again, Brad, for being here too. Much love to you. You guys, I'm going to be up here alone. It might be a short second half. But if anybody wants to join me, the link is at the top. Oh, thank you. Watt to the rescue. Appreciate you, Watt. Thanks for coming up.
Thanks, Watt.
Good evening, everybody. Good to see y'all.
Yeah. Thanks for being here. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and share a video here real quick. This is a short one, and this is from a news conference earlier today from the White House. I'll just play it. It's not very long. Just a little intro. But Bran, thanks again for being here. Appreciate all of your support always. Much love to you, and I hope you have a good night and get some good sleep.
Good night to you as well.
Thanks. All right. Put the link for this in the chat. And hey, Virginia, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you being here.
Hey, everybody.
Okay. So I did not get to see this entire conference. Anti, thanks for sending me this link and pointing out just the beginning of it here. I am planning to watch more of it later and find out what else was covered. But I just wanted to kind of share this beginning part. And I thought we could kind of touch base about it after it plays. So here we go. Tell me if there's any issues with sound or anything, you guys.
This was a big decision, an amazing decision, one that we're very happy about. This morning, the Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law in striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch. The Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months, we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades. And we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now properly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she can talk as long as she wants because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud. And our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible attorney general. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and stop there for now. I just wanted to kind of cover that first part there because I thought it was pretty substantial. What are your guys' opinions on that? What are your takes?
I think it's about time, to streamline what we're doing and enforcing laws and law and order, as it already stands. I don't think we need new laws. We just need to work with the ones we've got a little bit more, accurately.
Right? Yeah, I tend to lean the same way. It seems like something that probably should have been clarified a while back. I'm kind of surprised that it was never addressed really before this,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like most have the same understanding of the intention, like he shared, that it was for the children of slaves and not for those who are coming here. And I think it almost incentivizes having children, maybe in a way that might not be beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. What were your thoughts, Bonnie?
When I first heard that, I was all excited because of the wording he used at the beginning. Like because he even said cancels the presidency. So I thought he really is going to the Constitution. But then when I heard Pam Bondi speak, this is to keep him from being charged with anything else. And the wording for the birthrights, I'm not quite sure that means what he is saying. So I'm questioning the whole speech, but that's just me.
Okay. Well, like I said, I have not heard the whole speech, so I might have to. I am planning to go back and listen to it all. But that's interesting. I'll be listening to see, how to decipher it. We've talked
Right.
about how language matters, and sometimes they sneak things in or change the meaning, kind of takes on a different meaning based on the different words that they choose. And they know how to do that really well. And a lot of us are just trying to figure that out still,
Totally agreed. I would have to go back and watch the whole thing myself, Bonnie. I have not seen the whole thing, so no doubt there were some interesting verbiages used.
Word wizards.
Right. Yeah. Well put. What?
So, you
Yep.
mean Harris words?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know if she was a wizard. I'm just saying.
You could listen to her talk for 10 minutes and she didn't
More
say
like a
shit.
jester. But yeah, I guess that's some kind of wizardry, I suppose, or some skill to have. But yeah, I wish there was a little more consistency, I guess, and like how they. I mean, it actually probably is very consistent. It just doesn't seem that way, you know.
Well, all I can
But
say is y'all had a chance to vote for me. That way you could have said you knew the president personally, but you didn't vote me in, so I can't help you.
because then we'd have you as president, Neil.
Sometimes things can just be consistently inconsistent, you know?
Right. No, that's true too.
Right.
Yeah, word magic. That's right. Yeah, sorry. Mountain Man said laws are passed through Congress and signed by the president. Executive orders are unilateral, and the courts already gave him immunity for anything in the scope of his job as president.
Well, in saying that, also the judicial's role is not to be able to have one circuit court judge stop the nation, which I believe just got overturned by the Supreme Court, and all these injunctions against all these what do you call them? Executive orders are now going to be stopped because it's not in the realm of the judicial responsibility for executive branch decisions, and the Supreme Court just ruled in favor of Trump on that.
Good to see you, Brew. Thanks for being here. When
Hey,
you say
Brew.
comms, do you mean there's communications that are happening through the press briefing? And if so, who do you think they're communicating to?
E.T.
Maybe. Can't rule it out.
I mean, there are also those briefings happening these days too. So, you know.
Yep.
I haven't been watching any of those. You know, I have to say though, whenever I've watched any of the press briefings about I guess not press briefings, the congressional hearings about the aliens and UFOs and all of that, it looks like, did you guys in school ever have to do like, I don't remember what they called it, but it was like fake sessions of Congress where the students would get up and share?
Yeah, like mock sessions and stuff.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah. It feels like that to me. It's like it just doesn't have the same level of legitimacy to me, I guess. And it seems like they're, you know, pretty young. I mean, you know, I don't know. Maybe
It does. Yeah.
it's like they're kind of putting on an act and parent there than other places. I don't know.
Yeah, it does seem like that sometimes when you see some of that stuff. It's just
The
they're
first
never answering any of the questions you want them to answer. You know what I mean? So it's just like, what
Right.
is the point of all this?
The first time that I saw it, I actually thought it was satire. I really did. And then I found out it was real.
Allegedly.
So, yeah, exactly. Real, whatever that means these days. Right? The only thing that's certain is uncertainty.
REEL.
Exactly. There you go, Watt. Words
Yeah.
matter. Good to see you, Peanut. Thanks for coming by. Oh, yeah, I can be a procrastinator too, Wingnut. Procrastinators will rule the world someday.
Yeah, eventually.
Right?
Always tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, Snooks, for sharing links for everybody. Appreciate that. Yeah, well, I do think that's true, Jerry. I do still think there's a Depop agenda happening globally. There's some videos I can pull up about some latest findings, or, you know, I think things that are not really new findings, but things that are coming out more and more about the jabs for COVID and others as well. But, you know, there's really a lot of issues happening allegedly for, it's the aliens, bro. Nice. For, unborn children, you know, for pregnant women who are getting or have taken the jabs. There's a lot of issues happening. Allegedly, there's also higher numbers of, what's the word I'm looking for?
Deaths.
Well, deaths in general, but yeah,
Adverse side effects.
cancers, yeah, the adverse reactions. That's what I was looking for. Thanks, Watt. That are happening more and more, and it seems to be actually increasing. A lot of problems with immune system issues,
This is from women
autoimmune.
that got the thing and then chose to have children afterwards.
Oh, for everyone, but yeah, this is for the first thing I was saying was specifically about that. Yeah, there's some more information coming out about that, which, you know, it was never thoroughly tested. The people that took it or the people they tested on.
I just saw a congressional hearing where they were saying under the rules of the congressional hearing. It was all recorded. The guy said it's been proven that 74% of the deaths from COVID came from the jab.
Damn.
What was that percentage?
The guy said 74% of the deaths have been proven to come from the jab.
That's about what I'd
Mm.
heard too from Dr. John Campbell's channel. I think is where I'd heard that. Yeah.
Well, this
Yep.
guy was testifying before a congressional hearing on
Right. Hey, we met.
MNRA and
going
the
on?
vaccine, and he gave that statistic
Right,
while
Mary?
testifying in front of Congress.
3 out of 4.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that that stuff's finally coming out. I just am really hoping we'll see some accountability from it, you know? It seems like it's a lot of talk a lot of times about this topic, but others also, and
All
we don't
talk and
really
no walk.
see we don't really see anybody being held accountable. But, you know, that's kind of ironic too, because Trump was like the self-proclaimed father of the vaccines, remember? And he pushed through warp speed, which is what gave a lot of the pharmaceutical companies the immunity to be able to move forward with it. So
Yep.
I don't know. It'll be interesting to
That
see
is
how that
so
plays
sick.
out. Yeah.
Especially with the pregnant women, that angers me in a certain part of my soul, man. It's
Right.
just
That's
so
same.
up.
It does.
Same thing
Yeah.
for
With
autism.
everybody.
They say that autism comes from women taking. It's either one of two causes: women taking birth control, and not their children, but the granddaughter of the woman taking the birth control. Genetically, it skips the daughter and goes to the granddaughter, and has something to do with the uterus and affects the kid, or it's the vaccines being given too early. But a friend of mine has
Or at all.
well, a friend of mine has identical twins, and they both got vaccines at the same age because they were identical twins, and one of them's autistic and one of them's not. And they both came from the same mother, so neither of those two statistics hold true in that in particular case. So there needs to be a lot more study done on autism before we start jabbing our kids with new shit and people with new shit, pregnant women and stuff, because that is just there's too much things in the past 50 years we've been putting in people's bodies that's been changing our systems, natural systems, where they're not working properly and we're turning out defective kids.
I'd say just looking. I was going to say just look into like the increase of autism and was it Down syndrome and stuff like that in the past 50 years.
Right.
And it
Yeah, I
could,
was
If you could make
mom's
money
group.
on it, you'd make more percentage of growth in autism than any fucking stock or any crypto.
it
Right,
could
Tim.
have something to do with their health also from birth. With my youngest daughter, she was having
Right,
issues
anti.
from birth already, and then when she couldn't even walk when she was almost 2 years old, and that's when I had child development come in and test her, and they thought everything was okay, but later her diagnosis was autism.
Yeah. Yeah, Wayne, Trump did say that it was your choice. That's true. He never supported mandates. That's a good point. Yeah, I was gonna say I was in a lot of my kids were really young at the time of COVID, and I was in a lot of moms groups online that I'd already been involved in, and a lot of like pregnancy groups and things like that. And I was kicked out of most of them for even suggesting that moms look into, because a lot of people were asking, are you getting, they were asking other moms, are you getting the vaccine? Are you not going to get it because you're pregnant? Are you getting it because you are pregnant and you're more worried? And I started sending links to articles at the time that were sharing that it was not tested. And I got booted from a lot of groups because of it. But I couldn't stay
Right.
silent.
Yeah,
But
that's
yeah.
ever since I have researched autism, I've been a huge advocate of no vaccines because most of the research I was finding led to that. And out of 6 kids, why the youngest one? And so, like I said, maybe because she had other health issues when she was born, that it made her more susceptible to the problems of the vaccines.
Well, from what I've looked more into COVID vaccines than any other vaccines, to be honest. I don't know as much about traditional vaccines as I do the mRNA, but yeah, it seems like the chemistry of each person really affects how each one interacts, how each person interacts with different vaccines because body chemistries are different.
Mm-hmm. Those numbers of autism over the past 50 years have increased so much so that it cannot be natural. It has to be something we're putting into our systems that causing those kind of numbers.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
The chemical cocktails they feed us at the doctors and the supermarkets and your favorite brown bag burger joints. It's just all that type of stuff.
Well,
unhealthy habits beyond eating.
Back in the 70s, they changed the way they manufactured vaccines, and no one paid attention to it. Obviously, I did because I'm a weird fucker. But a lot of crazy stuff started happening after that.
Yeah. I want to highlight this comment from G. Nana. She said, vax altering DNA, once altered according to Congress, you are no longer legally human. I've heard about that. I have not seen any proof that that's actually true, G. Nana, but I do know that once something, think of soy, okay? Once they say that all soy is now GMO soy, and whenever anything is genetically modified, it has a patent. And so that was how I heard it, was basically like once your genes are altered by something that has a patent, you're no longer fully considered legally human. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I have heard that, and I've heard that for a long time. So
does that mean we can get deported because we're aliens?
No, you would be technically
imported.
Anything if the genetic or the DNA or the genetics are altered in any way, it becomes synthetic. Therefore, it could be patented and owned. So you can take that however you want to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I've heard, but I don't know that I've seen anything that really proves
look at
lawfully that that's true.
Monsanto, for instance, I'll give you an example. That corporation, they've genetically modified corn and I think potatoes or something like that, but that they own that genetic code. So technically, it's patented. It's a synthetic, because you can't patent anything natural. You can only patent synthetic.
Exactly.
So if it's been altered in any way, it becomes synthetic. Therefore, it can be patented and then owned. So if you think about it, like for instance, you can pass that on to your next generation. Sorry, Bonnie. But
Right.
Sorry, Wingnet.
Well, really fast, just to answer what you were saying there, Wingnet too. Yeah, that's what I was saying about once you're no longer naturally human. You're no longer lawfully human. You're now GMO. That's what I've heard. But and that was why I brought up the soy, and then I forgot to go into explaining why. But with soybeans, they're all GMO, and it's because they spread. And some people are saying that's the same kind of thing that can happen either through birth, if you got the jabs and are genetically modified, and then are passing that along, and then also through shedding, possibly. But then that was the other thing I was trying to say earlier. That's the numbers are skyrocketing for, or decreasing, whichever way you want to look at that, for infertility. Infertility is becoming a huge issue. And there were people that blew that whistle years ago when the jabs first came out and said that if it doesn't make you sterile, if you took it, it makes the next generation sterile.
Yeah, it passes on to the next generation through the
I gotta have some little watch for it's too late.
You should watch that video I sent you about 2 weeks ago in an email.
Well, yeah, I saw part of it, Neil. We've been really busy, so I did watch part of it, and I agreed with what I saw.
Well, and then on top of that, if your DNA, genetics or whatever can be patented and owned, and you have kids, your next offspring, and since a mandatory, in a sense, taxation would happen also, because you get it'd be like
user fees.
You're not even your property, technically.
Well, there's also another way to look at it. They have to pay you if they own you.
Much love, Rune. Thanks for being here.
It would be like paying dues,
No, well, they have to pay you if that's the case, because they don't own all of you. So they have to. I would LLC myself and make them pay for the rented out DNA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, oh yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, would you have a choice if you were basically if they own the genetic code from the moment it was conceived all the way,
They can't.
So
They can't own a human being. They can only own
like I
part of the
said,
DNA.
if they own the genetic code of you, therefore they can patent that and own it. So
That's yeah. They can't patent human beings. That's another form of slavery. I'd take that one.
Right, but that's what we're saying, Neil, is that what the argument is that you are no longer fully lawfully a human being.
It's all in
You
how they
can't
word it.
patent, yeah, it's
Right.
like we were saying earlier.
Again, you go back to the Constitution. Under the Constitution, we're all granted unalienable rights.
If you're a human.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't say if you're human in the Constitution. That's why you'd have to go to court and you'd have to go to the Supreme Court.
He's right. And so goodness, y'all went all over the place from when I was going to say something. But remember, well, I don't know if y'all did, but
easy.
Anytime that I took my children in to get vaccines, they give you these sheets of paper, and these sheets of paper tell you all the dangers. And because I can remember even arguing with the doctor, telling them, I don't agree with this. Look at all these things that it can cause. So I don't know if it's just mRNA or if it's
right, TZ.
I mean, they've known all along that they were not good. And so the argument was, well, the disease or taking a chance with the vaccine. They like guilt you into it.
Well, how does it? Okay,
exactly. I'm your.
You guys know how a vaccine works, right? You know, or
how traditional vaccines, right?
Yeah, traditional vaccines give you the thing you're vaccine from in a dead format, so your body can build up antibodies for it.
Right. So it's the same basic process, but there's just a new technology.
No, it's not.
mRNA. The mRNA is a new technology. It has never been.
Right, but it doesn't give you the dead virus. It makes your body produce one aspect that they program in of the virus. In this case, it was the T cells.
And also,
the spiked protein, rather. Sorry.
I believe the mRNA is programmable too. I believe.
Right. Yeah. But for this vaccine, for the COVID vaccine, they programmed it to make your body produce the spiked protein. So that's what they did for this one. For other things, they'd program it to make other things, you know?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, if you start digging into the rabbit hole, man, I'm gonna tell you, it goes a lot deeper into some weird shit. I'm gonna tell you.
There's a lot to our DNA that we're not using right now. Actually, if you look into,
I mean, if you add the stuff they're sprayed in the clouds and stuff at the same time, you know, the stuff that you're breathing, eating, you know, all the time.
That's in that video I sent Indy, but there's a different purpose for it than what people think.
I know it's connected. It's part of the web, you know, the big web that everything's connected to. It might look random.
Internet of people.
You know.
No, and in the video I sent Indy, their assumption is in the past they also used like quote unquote chemtrails, but what it is it changes our DNA and diminishes our abilities over time through generations. And there's some sort of a DNA manipulating thing in those in the quote unquote whatever they're called, those chemtrails.
Spit it out.
I'm stoned as fuck right now. In the past, supposedly, according to this guy, they've used they being other than human things have used similar things to diminish our DNA and take away our natural abilities. Like right now we have like the 7 sight, touch, smell, hearing, all this stuff. Well, apparently, according to this guy, we had more than that several thousands of years ago. Like you'd be able to levitate when you meditate, like the Hindus say you can do, and all this other stuff that we hear about. But they supposedly something other than humanly has been taking away our abilities through manipulation of our DNA through basically like chemtrails.
Right. Yeah. It was interesting. I got through that part, Neil. And yeah, it basically was saying my take on it was that it was like an ancient, like, how people think there's been all these resets that have happened, that there was already a reset that happened a long time ago, whether by aliens or whoever, you think aliens are, that basically did what chemtrails are doing now.
What if that's just terraforming for the new species?
Well, it kind of is. Like
We are the new species. If you look at the Bible, we were placed here.
No, I'm talking
Right,
about what's
and
happening now. It's sprayed in
there are
terraforming.
some theories that it was a virus from outer space that actually started to change our DNA, where we see big shifts in intelligence or I don't know, sort of like missing link type of things, because it activated some of those parts that were not running yet.
And you can look up patents. You can look up all the patents that they
Yeah.
have.
Dr. David Martin, if you look him up, and actually, if you would try to find his link, I think he might not be on YouTube anymore, but Dr. David Martin, he dives into patents, and I started following him right towards the beginning, of COVID, and he was talking about how COVID, like there was a lot of things that were patented, but if you look at like Bill Gates and just a lot of the patents that are held, he really has done the research for you, but he also links to the actual information in the sites, so you can back up, you don't have to take his word for it. You can go and check out the research he's done and look at the patent sites yourself.
Yeah, Bill Gates has got a patent where basically you just moving around the body, the body that creates electricity and all that stuff inside the body and all that stuff. It will use that to actually mine cryptocurrency. It's a patent to use your body to mine cryptocurrency. It's crazy.
Right. Yeah.
It's like the
All right.
Neuralink. What's it? The Neuralink telepathy chip.
Well,
Yeah.
think
Reading a
about
little bit on that.
Well, you know how like the old smart the Fitbits. You know, remember those Fitbits that you wear on your wrist or whatever. Same basic kind of technology in a sense.
Well,
but
actually, RFK rather was saying that all people should be wearing wearables within 4 years. That's part of the bio tracking that they want. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and play this video. It's a short one, but it ties in with what we're talking about and what I was just mentioning too about bio tracking. Here we go.
When you've got RFK talking about every American to wear a wearable within the next 4 years, a device of some sort that will track, well, pretty much everything, especially your health. When he's talking like that, it's well worth us reminding ourselves of things like this.
Now, why is data so important? It's important because we've reached the point when we can hack not just computers, we can hack human beings and other organisms.
Right.
Now, what do you need in order to hack a human being?
What might you need, guys?
You need two things. You need a lot of computing power, and you need a lot of data.
There you go, guys. So you need the computing power and you need the data.
Especially biometric data. What we have seen so far, it's corporations and governments collecting data about where we go.
And this again, this dude, he's done numerous of these types of videos.
We meet, what movies we watch. The next phase is the surveillance going under our skin.
Oh. So what you need above and beyond anything else, guys, is biometric data. So if you want to hack, whatever terminology you might want to use, if you want to hack as humans, and what does that mean? That's just basically, it's like a golden ticket, if you like, an insight into the future. So from an individual perspective, it's a case of understanding you better than you know yourself. And then on a grander scale, humanity being able to hack into humans even more than the nudging and the psyops and everything that goes on at the moment. To hack into that on the biggest scale that you can ever imagine, they need massive amounts of biometric data. What was it about them wearables again? And every American within 4 years wearing that. Can you imagine the data produced from something like that? Can you imagine, not the hypochondria, put that aside, but can you imagine the power, that golden ticket of being able to understand individuals, humanity on that sort of scale? It's actually pretty terrifying. Ta-ta.
It's official.
Well, I think they'd have a good time trying to understand what the fuck I'm looking at. Could you see it now? Someone with like a 95 IQ trying to fucking figure out why I'm looking at shit I'm looking at.
We've got some people who are going to be nudists. Well, I mean, I think that when you look at that tied in with, how I'm sure you guys have all seen it. I was going to try to find it, and I probably still could, but tell me if you guys have seen this, the clip from the WEF of the woman speaking about how they have a new microchip that you can swallow with the pill, and the electric current from your body will signal to the chip and send a signal out to your doctor and your insurance company to let them know when you took your medication.
Yep.
Yeah.
Your skin
That's another
actually
form of bio-tracking,
your skin becomes like almost like an antenna. They
Right.
can track the actual electrical currents that are coming out of your skin. It's that's
I
like
forget that guy's name, but he's the Klaus Schwab crony.
Yeah, I never can remember his name. Yuval Harari or
It's
something
like
like that.
when you hear these people speak, they don't even talk about humans as humans. It's like they're just speaking as if they're cattle or something. There's just
Exactly.
Yep.
it's like there's no soul or any life
For
behind
real,
any of the
Mary,
things they
right?
say. It's just destruction.
I really think when we watch zombie movies that we are the zombies to them. I think that whatever happens in the future, the masses that are going to be out there, scrambling for survival and whatever, I think that's like how they envision humans, basically.
Yeah.
It's really dark and messed up, but I think that's true.
Remember whenever people started getting the vaccines and people were pointing their phones at them and a number would pop up?
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I don't know if that was ever if that was legitimate or not, but I know that there was a patent that Dr. David Martin talked about for luciferase, which of course has Lucifer in it. That is right, of course. That was something that was included that makes it like a bioluminescence, and that tied in because there were people that were saying they could scan and see that under the surface where they got their shots.
Yes.
That makes sense.
And the magnets.
Yes. Yeah. And even people were finding taking magnets to meat in the produce sections. And that's because they were giving mRNA vaccines to the beef, to the cows.
Yes. So now they have this technology that they could fit a chip in a needle.
Well, they don't even have to go. They
Right,
don't
Terry,
even,
that too.
Yeah. They don't even need a chip anymore. It's gotten a lot smaller than that. I mean, it just depends on how much money they want to spend into it. You know what I mean?
The nanotech has been here for a long time.
Yep. And it's gotten even better over the years. It's craziness, man.
I just
Because,
want
I
to
mean,
stop by and say hello, but what the fuck is this conspiracy shit going on?
You didn't bring your
Holy
tinfoil
hell.
hat? Come on, Buff. What are you?
Oh.
Don't you know?
Oh, wait a minute. I gotta change my hat.
Okay. Let's
Right. I agree with that, Watchman. I don't think that global warming is real. It was just a means to an end for them.
Oh, no, you got to pay all your fucking, pay them a bunch of taxes so they can fix the weather when they can't even fix homelessness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Good call, JM.
Oh dear God, there's too much I can see about that.
All right, let me put names up for a second here.
Nanotechnology. Yes, there are microchips that are full of millions and upon millions of megabytes, gigabytes that are the size of a tip of a needle. That exists. Nanotechnology, it exists. The whole thing with the meat, Were you paying attention during the periods of the years between 2020 and 2023? Yeah. China buying up all the farmland here in the
Right.
United States. Problem. Bill Gates being the front runner and propagator of all that. Hello, people, are you paying attention yet?
Absolutely,
If you
Watchman.
if y'all don't know anything about prepping, you might want to learn about it.
It's all coming to an end.
We're all gonna die.
They're staging. I would believe they are staging. They are setting up for something. It's going to be a, call me a conspiracist, but it's a setup. It's a takeover. What's all this beyond meat stuff? All this fake meat stuff. You know what's the funniest thing? You've all seen it whenever there's a hurricane or a disaster or whatever, and people go and run to the grocery stores and buy up all the bread and the milk and whatever reason. But buy everything off the shelves. What's the one section that always still has product? The fake meat stuff.
Nobody wants it.
I'll buy the
Yeah.
hell out of it. If there's any source of protein in it, I'll buy it. Even though it's not tested to be safe for human consumption for as long as they've had it. But maybe I could survive off of it. If it's the last thing there, fine. I'll give it a try.
It'll make a turd, all right.
Just go out and shoot some gators. You'll have food for months.
Good point. I'm gonna get out there in the woods. I'm gonna bow hunt.
Yeah, but if it's like a serious situation, you wouldn't be the only one out there. That's the only thing. I could foresee, like, if it was a long period where it was like we were forced to go out and hunt and fish and all that stuff. I think the deer is going to become extinct around here. Yeah.
Did you know when Columbus landed in America, they said there was around 3 million white-tailed deer in America. Now the recent census shows there's 30 million white-tailed deer.
Wait, say those numbers again.
They say, and I don't know how they got the numbers, but the numbers around the time that Columbus landed in America, there was about 3 million white-tailed deer. Now there are 30 million.
I can believe that because it's like technically a crime in a lot of the states. If you hit a deer, they'll charge you with that.
Well,
Even though that little bugger jumped out in the road in front of your vehicle. It's like, what? You hit a deer, go ahead and grab it, collect the meat. If your vehicle is still drivable, go get the process.
We have a ton of wild hog that all of y'all can come hunt anytime you want to.
Oh my
Well, I
God.
think I'm pretty sure they've been vaccinating the deer too. I mean, I'm not saying you wouldn't need it in a shit hits the fan scenario, but I'm pretty sure it's all being modified as well.
Well, if it becomes aerosol, where it's like being actually sprayed into, or we're breathing it in anyway,
Right.
That's a whole different story there. Then it's like everything is going to be breathing it.
See, that's why you grow your own soil and you learn what plants are symbiotic with each other and you grow them all together and you'll find all you need to do is add water and they'll grow better than anything.
Jima, I have never noticed that your name was Scrapper before. I love it. I knew it was you from when you came in though in your intro, your greeting.
It makes sense.
This name thing is weird. Bambi sticks are awesome, right?
What happened to the names?
Today was the first day that I noticed it. I don't know if they're changing it, but if somebody who's not a mod wants to check, I think that you can now click on people's names again and go to their channel without being a moderator.
Oh, really?
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure.
man, that's the only power I held over everybody.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, they did this a couple times before. I don't know how long it's going to stick or how long they plan on doing it.
It's not okay. Camille says it's not on all channels. Wayne says they did it last night. Yeah, the 3 dots on the right.
Okay.
Mine doesn't have 3 dots because I'm on my phone, and I can't do it at mine, obviously. But if you click on, if anybody else wants to try clicking on a name,
I did, and it
okay,
doesn't work at all.
okay. I thought I found that somewhere,
So
but
there's some type of update because now on my screen it
Yeah.
says it's got an option to share this to your audience. I
oh,
didn't even know I had
is
an
that on?
audience.
You got a couple of.
Oh, you have, yeah, you have that. Everybody has a channel on
Who are
YouTube.
these
If you're
people?
on YouTube, you have an audience.
Oh,
Are you watching now?
oh, do you mind if I go ahead and share it now that I think about it?
No, you can go ahead and share. Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
I never. Sometime I'm going to remember to remove that option, but I haven't. So yeah, if you want to share it to yours, you can.
Okay.
I don't know. I've
Yeah. Okay.
noticed
So you
that.
still can't, only if you're a mod. Yeah, that's weird. I'm trying to remember where I was, but it was somewhere where I'm not a mod, and I just noticed when I clicked on somebody's name that I could go to their channel, but maybe I'm modded there and I didn't know it. I'm not sure.
I noticed it today when I saw my name was different.
Right? It's a YouTube conspiracy.
I figured Indy did something this morning, pissed him off, and they're making all of us pay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm in the chat trying to relearn who all these people really are.
Right.
That's what I was. Yeah, exactly.
Just when you think you know somebody.
Right,
Damn,
and you
you went
find
and
out
got
they're
married.
scalper.
Shit.
Huckleberry said he can't even click on anyone.
I can't click on anyone. Wait a minute, what? You're a mod.
That's
You
what
should be able.
I
Oh,
just
he
told
took
you
it
I
back.
can't.
He took it back. So maybe he found out he could.
Mm-hmm. Got to double click it.
It wasn't like that. Yeah, maybe it's like they're rolling it out or something. I don't know.
Yeah. It's like that thing you see in, well, I don't know how long it's been going on, but I've noticed it for a little
Okay.
while. The thing in chat where it shows like a ranking.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't.
the
I don't think.
crowns.
What is that about?
Some
I don't
channels
have
have
that
it.
at mine.
I think what they're doing is they're doing a tracking to see to make the people in chat want to chat, and I believe it's the content creator that's like a beta test version.
Yeah.
See if you can get people to increase the amount they chat, because if you increase the amount they
Oh,
chat,
I'm like
in the
never
chat,
in my YouTube studio, so anything like that, I probably
Yeah, it's like a
not opted
competition thing.
into.
Yeah.
yeah, and it makes them share your channel more to more people. So
Yeah,
it's
that makes sense.
something like that.
We probably just get more haters or something.
Hey, it's watch time hours. At least they'll make them subscribe to you where they watch you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rescue did have crowns.
Rescue had what? Oh, those crowns, that like ranking. Yeah.
Yeah, that
The
thing.
funny thing is, though, if you go and look at those channels when they have it, it'll be like everybody has the same number of points. So they just randomly pick 3 people to be the
Yeah.
top ones, but
No, it starts
not
with-
everybody, but most
It only
people have the
shows
same
up
number.
to 75, but it keeps going up above that. That's where the ranking stays.
No, it shows higher than that, but in a lot of them it'll show like 40 people, or whatever, how many people are there, 20 people, whatever, like a whole bunch of people have the same number of XP or whatever points, but then it only has 3 that are ranked. So I wonder, maybe it's whoever got there first.
Or whoever.
Twilight Zone.
knows.
It's a Mandela. We just shifted again. What's CERN up to these days? Has anybody checked in?
Right.
Have you seen what Honda's up to?
They'll be like XP, whatever the points are thing have always existed. What are you guys talking about? You could always go to everybody's links.
Did you know that Honda is in competition with SpaceX for a self-retrieving rocket?
I didn't know that.
Rocket.
Yeah, they've got the Japanese have their own style of SpaceX returnable rocket, and the difference is on the landing gear, and it's actually even a better model because I watched the landing of it, and it's even more precise than the SpaceX one. So the Japanese are in good competition for the next space race.
Interesting.
Yeah, reusable rockets. Yeah.
Really quickly. Oh, hey, Dee. Thank you so much for coming up. I'm getting an echo from you though, Dee. So I'm going to mute you for a second and make sure your YouTube is either paused or muted. And Nickel, I don't think we've heard anything from you yet. Are you still with us? If so, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, don't have much of an opinion on the vaccinations. I don't get into that too much. As far as Trump and the rulings, I think that judges at the federal level, since they're the judicial branch, have a right to question. If they have a question or it's brought to them, they have a question of the legality of some of the stuff he's doing. So I think we don't have a check and balance right now. And I'm for checks and balances, the good and the bad and the ugly.
Right. It does seem like there's a lot of shenanigans that are happening that are unprecedented, you know? And I don't know if that's because of the art of the deal and he's so good at finding the loopholes, which might be the case, or if there are things that are being done that really constitutionally shouldn't be, you know?
It's constitutionally, because in the Supreme Court ruling that just came out today about these injunctions, there's been 40 injunctions so far this year that have made national changes from one judge's perspective. And the Supreme Court said judges are not part of the executive branch and cannot make national decisions. And if you look at it, there's 49 districts of judges, federal judges. And of the 40 injunctions so far, 35 of them have come from the 5 most liberal states and the same judges each time. So it's a political war going on where the judicial system is trying to grab power from the executive branch.
Well, but the executive branch cannot make laws. And it seems like Trump is trying to make a lot of new laws.
That's your assumption, and you're running off it, and you have the right to. But an intelligent person would know that the executive branch makes an executive order. Congress has to ratify it. But CNN doesn't tell you that, so you wouldn't know.
Thank you very much.
He can't. He's an executive, so he has the law before him, and he agrees and signs it into law. He does not make law. And when
law and it's order.
Well, the government doesn't operate under the Constitution, man. The government's a corporation. You know, it doesn't operate under the Constitution. It really doesn't give a shit. You know?
Oh, and here comes the soft sit.
Well, yeah, government is the sovereign citizens. Yeah, there's citizens that are actually, bought and paid for and everything by the sovereign. The sovereign are the people.
You can only be a citizen in a Commonwealth state, and there's only 3 Commonwealth states. Under the law, we are no longer citizens. We are individuals or residents. Individuals or residents can be taxed and pay property taxes and everything else. So every time you complain about taxes, it's because you're considered an individual or resident, because you voted away the right to have a Commonwealth state for ease or convenience or for whatever reason, and you no longer have the legal right to be a citizen unless you're in a Commonwealth state.
We were hoodwinked because we were hoodwinked. Our mothers signed us over into the birth certificate and the Social Security card, unwittingly knowing.
Holy shit, soft sit, fucking bullshit coming in.
Well,
Calm it down, Buff. Did you also not consent to your birth?
No, I didn't.
Excuse me.
Did you also not consent to
Buff.
being designated underneath a all capital name of a fucking designated entity underneath a false pretense of a imaginary state? All that bullshit. Dear God.
Hang on, Buff. Hold on a second. Really quickly, Bonnie, I'm going to go to you next, but I want to read this comment so I can keep going with the chat. But Dark says, and I think this is a good point, constitutionally, the border shouldn't have been open for 4 years, but he got away with it. Right. There's a lot of things that constitutionally shouldn't be happening.
By executive order, he got away with it.
Well, I got to ask a question. If you're not going to have these babies anymore, let's say you were born in 1960. Your mother was from Honduras. Your dad was some El Salvador.
Oh, here comes the hypotheticals. Let's talk about facts.
No more baby. If your 2 parents weren't citizens, and they had you here in the country, and you were considered born here a citizen, now what happens if you're not going to allow?
You wear a bikini and go run for president. There you go. There's your answer.
No, I want to know what happens to that person. So, and if he's been
That's
in America,
called an anchor baby.
Right, but that's what he's trying to eliminate. So you're asking what would happen. Well, I think that's kind of like what he's saying right now, where if you're here illegally, then you would be deported as a family.
Why would you give? Why would you give the
Hold on,
presumption?
Neil. So I'm assuming that it would be the same. But Nickel, what are your thoughts on that?
What I'm saying is, if you've been an American since 1960 and you paid into Social Security, you know English better than say Spanish. And what country does he get sent back to? El Salvador or?
Well, why are you getting
Iran.
deported? If you were here legally, why are you thinking that they'd get deported?
Because he's saying if the two parents are not Americans and they have a kid here, that kid is no longer an American.
But that would be from this point moving forward, is my
Well,
understanding.
there was a guy from Canada. It has to move back to
you're
Canada.
really stretching.
He
Well,
has to
you know,
move back
when you
to
go
Canada.
hypotheticals,
Hold
you
on,
can say, what
let
if the
Nickel
alien
finish
from
what he's
Mars came
saying.
down? He didn't.
Let Nickel finish his sentence, both of you. Go
Okay,
ahead, Nickel.
there was a Canadian guy. He thought he was American. He thought he was born here. He didn't. He was born in Canada. His parents come here, lived here. He's lived here all his years. He's 60 years old. When he applied for Social Security, or 62, when he applied for Social Security, they caught it and said, "You're not an American." So he cannot collect the Social Security that he paid in all those years to. And he said he's going to have to go back to Canada. So, yes, it could happen.
That's the fault of his parents. That's not the fault of the American government.
No,
that's
that's
not
the fault of
him.
every American
That's the
who
fault
doesn't
of
have a
the
bleeding
parents
heart and a big
lying to
wallet.
him for all those years.
I don't know the particulars of that, so I can't really say.
It's our
But
responsibility to go around and make sure everything's doing the right thing. You know, it's like, hey, you want Neuralink or something?
well, that's a different topic. Bonnie, we were going to go to you and then got sidetracked again. Did you remember what you wanted to share? Or do you have any thoughts on this?
I was going to ask if Dee would tell the order of how it's supposed to be set up constitutionally.
Me?
Oh my goodness. Yes, you. It's the people.
No, what's supposed to be set up?
Then it's is it the executive branch? There's an order and it's for, and the top one is the people. And that's where.
Okay, you got to understand the only limitations that he has for an executive order to actually become like something that can be done immediately. You know, like for instance, our nation is being attacked or something like that. They're not going to wait until Congress just to sit down and decide and then do it. He can make an executive order. There's certain limitations. You know what I mean? I'm just using that one particular one as an example.
If I may, I think Bonnie is referring to like the Americans do think that the Supreme Court is the hierarchy of the land, and that's not actually true. They're not. They're just supposed to interpret the law. They're not supposed to set laws. But when they make a decision, you know, everybody in America is like, oh my God, the Supreme Court spoke again, you know, and really we're the true arbitrators of, we're supposed to have a lot more power than we do, but we're not doing our part. So
not acting on it. Yes.
Right. There are some, you know, there are grand juries and stuff like that, but I think 100 years ago, like when Humboldt County was first established, when you read the story about how the first board of supervisors came to be, I mean, it was just after a wild gunfight, you know, so we've come a long way. It's hard to really imagine how it's supposed to be because we were all born into this system. It's just the reality.
The judicial is to be used for the government solely. Is that correct?
The what?
Like the Supreme Court is to use for the government solely. Like if
I don't know about that. I've never heard it that way. I mean, they take there's superior courts. The superior courts are where we're supposed to do our, you know, our business.
Yes.
And then there's these other courts too. So I think that's what Indy played that video earlier about Trump talking about the courts. I think that we have a very good possibility of seeing things return to the way they're supposed to be, but it's going to be foreign to all of us. I'm rusty. You know, it's been a while since I've done my class. I don't know this stuff like I should. None of us do, I don't think.
No.
Maybe Neil. Neil
No, don't give him that much credit, please, Dee. TZ says I
telling.
prefer a lazy Congress get to work and propose single issue bills like they used to, not omnibus bills. I think that would be a good start, a really good start.
What I understand is the Supreme Court is set for the interpretation of the 10th Amendment, which gives states the right to govern underneath their laws as long as they do not conflict with the Constitution itself. Now, that goes into a darker hole.
That's awesome. When's that start?
Oh, about
It's not a darker
Christ.
hole.
Let's start
It's
back in.
if the states, each state has its own constitution also. And you
Each
can
state has right to govern.
Well,
as
see,
long
the
as it does not
states are what
conflict
actually
with
created the
United
federal
States
government. The federal
Constitution.
government didn't create the states. You know what I'm saying? It's, so the federal government doesn't
Technically,
exist
they did.
without the states. Okay.
Well,
Exactly.
actually, it does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't exist. It's just another. It's just a rogue. It's a rogue fucking corporation that are sitting there trying to take in control. But because otherwise, if the states didn't come to that union, that federal government didn't exist.
Well,
You
it's
know?
also used for national defense
that
because all
union,
50 states could
That's what
come
I'm saying.
together last minute to fight a war.
Well, like I said, if it wasn't part of the union, that thing wouldn't exist. If the union didn't exist, that federal government doesn't exist.
And we would not have interstates right now if it wasn't for the military, because the only reason we have military, and if you look at every state highway, they're wide and straight. That's because they were built by the military to be used as landing strips and to get their equipment across the nation. And that's how they got the funding to build the interstate system that we enjoy today.
Well, that was done under
find the dirt roads.
That's a whole nother story.
It was still done at the point of a government gun, too.
If you want to get into the railroads,
You guys are all over the place. I kind of love it.
everywhere.
Like we're trying,
I'm
it's like
waiting
we're
for
trying to
space
talk about
mining
every.
conversation.
It's like we're trying to talk about every topic at the same time, with Neil trying to talk over us about every other topic.
America, fuck yeah! But
space monkey.
Dude, that was funny.
All right, thank you, Dee, for this link. I'm going to go ahead and share this real quick. It's just a 2-minute video.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get this up here. Okay. And then I will share this link.
I'll open up a space for somebody else. I just want to say hello. You dropped it into my chest. Just to my panels. I just want to say hello and hit everybody on panel. Hello. But I'm gonna pop out. I need to go to sleep. I really do. But
all right. Well, thanks for coming up to contribute.
Y'all have a great stream. Yeah. I gotta show you some love. I gotta show you some love.
I appreciate that. Have a good night,
I am
Buff.
the angry black guy. But, y'all have a
I'm glad you're here.
Good night.
night.
All right, you guys, let's go ahead and play this here and find out about the myth of Marbury versus Madison.
Marbury versus Madison case is a myth. Many people believe that Marbury versus Madison established the Supreme Court as the sole, exclusive, and final authority of what the Constitution says and means. According to this myth, the Supreme Court's opinions are the law of the land, never to be questioned by anybody ever again. People who believe in this myth say that Chief Justice John Marshall made this the case through his own opinion in Marbury. But Marshall said no such thing ever. Believers point to one sentence in the Marbury opinion to back up this myth. It is emphatically the province and duty of the Judicial Department to say what the law is. If you take that on its own without any context, you might think Marshall was really saying the court had exclusive authority to interpret the Constitution. But in reality, he was just asserting the power of judicial review. Marshall never said the Supreme Court has the sole or exclusive authority to determine what the Constitution means, not even in Marbury. In fact, he said the court itself was bound by the Constitution. He wrote, "The particular phraseology of the Constitution confirms and strengthens the principle that a law repugnant to the Constitution is void, and that courts, as well as other departments, are bound by that instrument." Nowhere does the Constitution give any federal court supreme authority over the other two branches, much less the states. This is a myth. The Constitution itself is supreme, not the opinion of any person or group of people in any branch of government.
Thank you for playing that.
Thanks for sharing it.
Mm-hmm. That guy has a great channel called the 10th Amendment Center. I'll bet a lot of you have seen it. He even uploads onto BitShow, but he does a show. I don't know how many times a week he's on, but the 10th Amendment Center, that was a 7-year-old video. And he does like classes on the Constitution for sure every week, maybe multiple times a week. And a lot of times it's over my head, to be honest. I'm just like, that one I could understand, but I mean, he reads stuff and he goes through stuff that's just like, whoa, I lost me, you know? So
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm actually subscribed. It's probably through you.
Maybe.
Yeah. I bet that's the
Or
case. But
Devil Dog. Devil
maybe.
Dog.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, he
But-
has some really good little short, like his shows are like 20 to 30 minutes, which is just enough, you know, bite size.
Yeah, that's great. I'm gonna check out his channel for sure.
Yeah, right on, Jerry.
Thank you for sharing it.
That's in the Declaration of Independence. When a long train of abuses is happening, right, is like hurting cats. It's so freaking hard. I can't believe how, you guys, united we stand. I mean, that's our slogan for a reason. And it's why I appreciate your channel, Indy, because these hard conversations can be had. And Neil.
I like that. So nice education and Neil.
But I really feel that because we do, whether you do, you shouldn't, or you should, but usually they do have the final say on things, and we've just gone along with that. And I think it avoids civil wars by doing that. It's just my personal.
They're conditioning us to not even try.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the
Right,
problem.
exactly. Yeah.
True.
Everyone's responsible for themselves.
Well, we cannot expect government or even rely on government to punish government. So, I mean, you know,
Right.
You
what
can't.
do we got left, really? Otherwise, because that's really where the power lies. It's just that we've
Well,
been
then you
conditioned
run
to
for
believe that it
government
doesn't
and make
exist.
change.
You know?
You know, the only way you can beat them is join them. Ain't that the saying?
Oh,
No,
Neil,
you
no.
gotta learn the laws better and
Do
take,
not comply.
right. You gotta take them, and you know, I'm not the greatest at it, but like going to the meetings and telling them, hey, this is where you're violating your oath, you know.
Yeah, let them know. If you're not going to run for office yourself, go to the city council meetings and let them know that they're that's, you know, set them straight on a local level. It all starts at a local level. Federal government's not going to do shit if they don't know that the local level doesn't give a crap.
I know I don't really go personally myself, but I know a lot of people that do go to these like public meetings where they can do public comment and all that stuff. Depending on it, if those guys sitting behind the desk listening to all that shit like what you say or not, is if you stay in there and you can actually say what you want, because they're actually arresting people just because they get offended. Or, you know, it's like their characters being tarnished by what they're being said, you know, whatever. And they're just silent. That's against the, you know, the Constitution right there. Yes, public comment. And this is our First Amendment right to redress government.
Absolutely right. You're
So-
absolutely right. Yeah.
So, I
Get
mean, you know,
That's right. Scrapper. Get audited. That's why I like the assembly, because as you assemble with your county people, you can get 12 like-minded friends and yourself to work outside of their system, work in the common law and audit them through the assembly. I mean, that makes those people shit their pants, and we're not doing that enough. Definitely not doing that. See single people going out and doing it here and there, and I love those people. They're badass, but we've got to figure out how to do it together. I don't care how people educate themselves, if they join the assembly or if they don't. Double Dog's not a big fan of the assembly, but he knows common law. As long as you're learning common law, reading your constitution, reading your state constitution, your dots connect.
It's not. The system
See,
doesn't no longer
the
run
problem
on
with
common
that is every year
Nope.
you hear these congresses and shit passing laws. Have you ever heard them taking laws off the book? Have you realized how many laws? It's almost like communism. There's so many damn laws on the book that have been there for 200 years. You can do anything, and they can find a law that says it's illegal and use it against you. We need to start cleaning the crap up that we have, so that common people like us can understand what the hell is illegal.
Well, you're kind of right on that too, because I mean, I know there's a hanging law that's still on the books in New Mexico.
There's a
And,
law in Pennsylvania. If your freaking car disturbs a horse, you got to dismantle your car and cover it so the horse can pass by. Who follows that law?
Yeah, there's that hanging law is actually if you steal someone's horse, that's a hanging offense. So it's still on the books. They never took it off.
Right. Yeah. Audit all the laws. I agree.
But the thing is, it's like
Well, we laugh at them, but they can still prosecute us for them because what? There's still laws. The question is, why?
Because time has gone by, obviously. I mean, we're not,
People that can't be self-disciplined, self-responsible.
We don't have enough
Stuff
control
like
over
that.
politicians, so we need to get control over them by becoming the politicians or getting to know the people who, like, there's this dude right now I know, he's going to be running for state senate here in Northern California for the Republican Party. I never thought he'd do anything like that, but I'm going to support him, and I hope he gets it because I can hopefully, be a bug in his ear and make some change locally here in Northern California that might take it federal because, hey, everyone knows what, if California sneezes, the rest of America gets a cold, so maybe change can be made from a local level.
But I mean, for 3,000 or more years, man, the whole concept of government, one way or the other, if it's a king or whatever, it has never been positive for the people. It's never been. So why don't we just try something? Why don't we do the exact opposite?
That's not a true statement. America was positive before 1913. I mean, it was great. Not for Native Americans, though. I mean, this place was conquered, and then then there's this stain that's left, and we don't really reconcile with the tribes. They have their own land and their own laws, and we have ours, and we're not really united with them either.
Right.
Well, I have a problem with Indian laws because you got to ask yourself, did their brothers and sisters have sex to have kids, or did the Indians steal women from another tribe? Isn't that called sex slavery? Oh, it is? That was what they did. So I'm not down with them that much.
JM says one can quantify the degree of freedom one lives in by the number of laws one lives under. Great
There
quote.
you go.
Or whether that's your quote or someone else's, jam. Great.
Suffering is sufferable as long as you can suffer it.
Careful, that's right, Echo. Yeah.
Is that true, Camellia? I hope that's true. It's illegal to harass Bigfoot in Washington.
Some people would say that.
I'd like to see that go to court.
Yeah.
Would the defendant please rise, and then
Exactly.
Bigfoot shows up?
Exactly.
One of them guys went out looking for Bigfoot, and they never made it back.
Look out, Lauren.
That same government that kept breaking all the treaties.
That's called good moonshine, Walt.
How do you serve a court appearance to fucking Bigfoot anyway?
Right.
It's like, go out there and serve notice to Bigfoot. He needs to be in court.
Somebody knows where he is.
I would hate to be the process server.
Mm-hmm.
Amen,
Happens
Migsy.
to me sometimes when I leave footprints in the sand. They think it's a Bigfoot sighting.
Yeah,
Thank
right.
you, Echo. Much love to you. Migsy, I think you're new to our chat. Let us know if we know you by another name or how you found us.
I'm surprised on your stand on the Native Americans, Neil. Seems a little ignorant, quite frankly.
Do you know they did genocide? They genocide several tribes they didn't like. Totally wiped them off the map. It's amazing the amount of barbaric shit that they did.
Not every single tribe, not every single native.
Well, not every single white person did colonization, but everyone gets blamed for it.
What?
Damn Yankees.
Dude.
Damn rebels.
Neil won't leave his microphone on long enough for me to turn down his mic either, so he just gets to plow over everybody.
I see.
Don't make me get this to the fucking microphone real quick.
Right, Brew. Maybe, Jerry. Some people think Bigfoot is an interdimensional being.
Is that better?
There's
Yeah, it is
probably one in
better.
the Nephilim.
Yeah, I think they could be fourth dimensional, and that's why we haven't found remains.
Who knows? I think anything is possible pretty much these days. I mean, really.
Has anybody found Bigfoot shit or anything like that?
Well, glad
Nothing?
you found us, Migsy.
Right? It's all about the scat.
I want to know. I want to know
Ain't
what's
nothing
coming
but
out of
the
that
scat.
butthole. Yeah, I want to know what's coming out of that butthole, yo.
Oh man.
Oh, thank you, JM.
Scat, man.
I feel like I should have known that.
Well, I don't know if it's really a bucket list, but I say in my travels, I like to walk the entire Appalachian Trail. So who knows? I might see a Bigfoot. I'd hope so. I'd like
That's
to
a
see one.
long trek. That's a long trek.
I want to see a selfie.
Oh, if he'll let me, or she, I don't
Right?
know. Could be a Mrs. Bigfoot. I don't know. I don't know how you
Maybe.
tell these things.
That trail goes from like the top end of Georgia all the way up to
The
Maine.
longest continuous footpath in the world, if I'm not mistaken.
It's long. It's a long trek, dude.
I'm gonna do it.
Bigger than the
Definitely gonna
Pacific
do it.
Crest Trail?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'd definitely do some training before you do it because I'm gonna tell you, just a part of it is draining. Just there's
I'm
some
going to meet
parts
with
that
some Shaolin monks next month.
yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Okay,
Nah,
wait. Camellia, what are yowies? Are those like Bigfoot but a different name?
probably a different name, like
Yeah, it's the
swamp
Asian.
monk, swamp ape, or
It's the Asian name.
Swamp ape. I haven't heard that before either.
yeah, just
Or
different
the skunk ape.
variations.
Cats are our alien overlords.
They are, aren't they? They really are.
That one, I
I
believe.
probably would say that.
Like a wait. You ever heard of a whale-alligator?
A what? A what?
A whale-alligator.
No, I have not.
It's like a cross between a whale and an alligator.
Down there in the Everglades, allegedly.
So, whale-alligator.
Mhm. It's like a Sharknado.
Yep.
Wayne, you need to get like a trail cam or something.
Oh man, and some, I'm telling you, did you hear about that new big detention thing being built down here in the Everglades?
Which one?
Alligator Alcatraz.
Yeah, the Everglade Alcatraz.
Yeah.
Randomly what? I missed it.
Oh my gosh. Is it going to be in the Everglades or what? They want to put
Yeah,
it in Florida.
they've already got all kinds of infrastructure already in right now.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Yeah, Bigfoot might want to see a wildlife.
That's true. Some Bigfoots may say that.
If anybody's gonna be able to hang out with Bigfoot, I think Watt is like a good candidate.
I appreciate it. I'll take that as a compliment. I really
yeah,
am.
it's meant as a compliment for sure.
They'll communicate without even talking. They'll just look each other in the eye.
Mm-hmm. Admire each other's facial hair.
Yeah.
It's like, you want a candy bar?
Okay, an Aboriginal word for Bigfoot. I did not know that. It's a good one. Yeah, Yeti. Mm-hmm.
Do you want some candy, Bigfoot?
You're thinking like Reese's Pieces
Yeah.
or Baby Ruth.
Yeah, I'll probably bring some Reese's Pieces.
One of them will have a Slim Jim. That's where the plot twist is.
That'll be how
Yeah.
they bond.
Yep. Have some beef jerky.
Right?
We just reach out and touch each other's hands, for just that moment in time we understand each other.
It lights up like
Telepathically.
freaking Rudolph's nose. It lights up.
There are no words exchanged, but you read each other's minds.
Right?
Yes.
Yes.
No words were exchanged, but everything was understood.
None needed. Yep. It's all good.
I'd have to be there to catch that Hallmark moment.
Oh, it would be.
That's
Yeah,
more
I
like
do
a
remember that
Kodak moment.
movie. Harry and the Hendersons, right? That's kind of what I'm envisioning. That's pretty fitting.
If it ain't, there's no
Right,
video, it didn't happen.
Right. But there'll be video, but it'll be like 4 pixels or something. Inevitably.
Yeah.
Right.
I recorded on VHS.
Right.
Oh, you guys are cracking me up. All right. Will the real Chupacabra please stand up? Yeah, okay, so is there a difference between Sasquatch and Bigfoot?
I think that's the same thing, isn't it?
Or yeah.
I think it's the same.
I mean, it's
Yeti
like
is the abominable
yeah,
snowman.
That's
right,
what I
yeah,
thought.
that's
too.
that's what a Yeti is. Yeah.
But where would a Yeti factor in with that, though? Would that be something totally different, or would it be like a
Different cultures
subspecies?
would have different names, but having said that, I would think the northern Yeti would be of the upper mountains, which would be above 14,000 foot, which would make them a different species over the ones we'd see in like the Northwest Territory in the lower areas where the
So it's like a polar bear and a black bear.
yeah,
Right.
basically same bears, but totally different kind of thing.
They're just distant cousins. You know what I'm saying? That's my redneck cousin from up north.
Yeah.
Echo noticed the same thing I did when we were talking about you two communicating. You went, She said, as long as the is interpreted the same, you might be safe.
Yeah. That's the key.
Careful with that inflection. Yeah.
Right. You never know what you're saying.
Starts getting too aggressive. You might want to run.
Right. Sorry, Nicole. Thanks for being in chat, and I'm glad you came up.
And as I'm walking away, he says goodbye. And I'm like, what? You can speak English the whole time?
Right.
Right.
What the hell's up with that?
The white ones are the elders. Oh.
Tell him to
there we go.
FaceTime you if that happens. Hey, FaceTime me, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know what you mean, Rune. It might be the time, Rune, that you stream too. But I'm glad whenever I catch you live.
Oh, yeah.
I saw what I think was really a mountain goat, but I thought it was a Yeti when I was little. And it wasn't where it was, to be fair, it wasn't where mountain goats should really be.
I could see you making that mistake.
It was just a huge white hairy thing in like the side of the road in the mountains. And yeah, and then when I went back, it was like down, it had already gone away. It was already gone.
They'll be coming
So
around.
you never know. I'll never know for sure.
The craziest goats I ever
Shapeshifter.
seen was in
Maybe.
Montana at that Glacier National Park. Oh my gosh, they're insane. Those goats are insane. They scale the cliffs. That's looks like
Right, exactly, Lauren. They all have the power to make film footage look like it was from World War II.
And they
Part of
do.
their like interdimensional powers.
Right, scratchy and like it's old film or something.
Right. Yeah, that's true, JM. It could be the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
I like when
That's an interesting point, Camellia. Sorry, Dee.
No, that's okay.
She says the dodgy footage of Bigfoots could be because they're not cleanly in this realm. Like if they're like 1 foot in, 1 foot out type idea.
We put on my 5th dimensional tinfoil hat.
Right? It's like holographic.
I remember one of my old friends used to talk about the 5th dimension all the time. I had no idea what the fuck she was talking about at all.
Tell us more about that one.
Well, it would be kind of hard for somebody that's only knows 3 dimensions or maybe 4 would even know what the 5th could actually offer. Only the 5th would know with anything below it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Well,
lower dimensions can't
Ooh,
conceive
awesome,
upper
Cheryl.
dimensions.
Are
Right.
you? Then you guys, can you explain it? Go for it.
Okay. Let's say, okay, like if I took a piece of paper, that's a 2-dimensional plane, and I drew 2 circles in it, all right, on that piece of paper. And then one circle, I actually drew like a stick figure of a person, all right? Well, to that stick figure perspective, that 2-dimensional plane, that circle is a wall around it. So it's in a circle room, all right? If I was to take some scissors and cut around that little stick figure, you know, I'm saying, and like, you know, cut around it while it's still, you know, and then move it from one circle to the other circle. It had just moved from one to the other, but he didn't know how he did that because it was like something just grabbed it and moved it. It would be like if you would visualize like a hand just coming out of nowhere and then grabbing you and pulling you. That's what it would be like, something from the next dimension up that you're aware of. You know, that's how it would look to you. You know what I'm saying?
Would it be fair to say another dimension is like another world that is colliding with our world then?
Well, I wouldn't say colliding. I think it's part of it.
Could
It's
be
part of the harmonic.
running parallel.
Yeah, it's like a harmonic that runs with it. It's just like, you know, because everything's running on a vibration or a frequency or a harmonic or whatever you want to call it. A lot of different terms and stuff.
Well, you said the stick figure doesn't know how it was moving from one to another, though.
No, he wouldn't. It would be like he was here and now he's over there in an instant to him. To that perspective, imagine you're the stick figure on this 2-dimensional piece of paper. That's all you know. That's your whole world.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
But he got the stick figure got raised up into the 3rd dimension, and so that's why he's able to morph in between it, I guess.
Well, it had help. I did it from something from the 3rd dimension and beyond. Helped it move from the one position to the other. You know what I'm saying? Because they have no concept of that whole scenario in their perspective from Earth.
Is it a spiritual help?
I mean, it depends on how you look at it, in my opinion. You know.
Because 5th dimensional, the way I understood it, was more like the spirit world. Like when Frodo puts on the ring and you see the shadow world, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Can you change you to another dimension before your rent is due? Probably not, honey.
Right.
You're in another dimension, Bonnie. It can feel like that sometimes. I mean, drugs can make people feel like they're in another dimension too, especially the psychedelics. I think that does open you up to.
Much love, Gma, Nana. I don't think I saw any sleep texting happening. Get some good sleep.
He knows how we're acting. Run 7 dins.
Say that again.
God knows how we're acting.
Oh, right. Okay. Got it.
Maybe a UFO is God's angels telling God how we're acting. I think all UFOs are our own military.
I think so too.
I don't believe in the extraterrestrial at all. Although I do feel like we are aliens from another, like this is not our home, man. We're like on somebody.
I do think that about some people.
Yeah, we're on some hostile territory, man. They want poison water, poison air, and poison food.
Right, Camellia.
Doesn't make any sense.
Speaking of aliens, did y'all hear about the lights of the South yesterday?
What, the flickering shit going on?
No.
Y'all didn't hear this. Well, yeah, anyway, I'll tell you my part of it anyway. I'll make a short story long. I was working outside yesterday doing some stuff, and I seen something kind of like at the corner of my eye a little bit. So when I turned and looked, by the time I could see it and acknowledge it, it was pretty much kind of over. It went over the horizon, and kind of brushed it off. Coworker said he didn't see anything. I said, "Well, damn, maybe the heat just got to me." So we done wrapped up for the day. We're coming in. My coworker's driving. I'm looking through my phone just to see what's going on the timelines, and I see all these videos that people done posted of what looks similar to what I saw, and it was I don't know what they ended up coming to be the conclusion, but it was something burning up as it entered the atmosphere. But some people were reporting that it broke made like a sonic boom,
You
caused
talking
some
about?
people's homes and stuff to shake behind it.
You
I didn't
talking
hear
about
any sound or feeling, but I definitely saw it.
Georgia?
that thing that came straight down? It landed in right beside West Georgia, so you should have seen it, and it
It
left
was
a streak
Alabama,
behind
right?
it.
Yeah, it happened yesterday at between I think between 12:30 and 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
His wife out at a farm. It landed right beside their house.
What state was this in?
Alabama.
It landed in northwest Georgia, but from North Carolina down to southern Alabama, it was. There's lots of different videos of it,
Middle
but
of
it
the
actually
day, right?
landed in northwest
Yeah,
Georgia.
yeah, right around lunch on the East Coast.
Yeah, I saw the video of it.
Dude,
It looked like a
man,
meteor to me. I've seen a meteor in Hawaii once, and it's like
Yeah, I was
green.
always told meteors because videos of like shooting stars, they don't come straight. At least I've never seen one.
So if there's no space and all this other crap out there, where does meteors come from? And we're living in a snow globe with a firmament and all that shit. All
Who
right.
says there's no space?
That's Indy cleaning her house.
No, I'm just saying for the sake of argument, if there's no such thing,
What is it
where
then?
where
Is it
would it come? Where would a meteor come from if there isn't that?
China?
You know?
It came from China.
China.
It's always China or Russia, right?
China.
Or like Oceania is always at war with Eurasia or whatever. Like, right.
As long as they don't
Hey,
go to war with
sidebar.
Uranus, all's good.
They get a huge fucking like slingshot and fucking.
Since all y'all are here, what preference do we have for movies for Sunday? Anybody have a
Shoot.
suggestion?
You got a big old list, don't you, girl?
I have a
Mm-hmm.
huge list, but I'm just curious what
Captain
guys are in the
Ron.
mood for.
You should pick top three
Captain Ron,
you
yeah.
want, Indy, and then give us a choice.
Throw them all in a hat and just pull one out.
Right.
Yeah, whichever one you've been pushing to the furthest back for the longest
Oh
time.
no, there is one. What was it? The Boys from Brazil. That one has
Oh.
been bumped twice. Maybe that's one we should do.
There we
Okay.
go.
There we
Can't
go.
make this
Winner,
type
winner.
of stuff up.
Right?
Put a carrot out there and just instantly hit us with a stick.
Eimer, that is so disrespectful.
Lion King.
Gotta put some respect on it.
We could so the Boys from Brazil, I don't know anything about. I don't want to know much about it before we watch it, but I'm pretty sure that's a pretty heavy film, right?
I don't know.
I don't know what it's about actually. I think I saw it pop up the other day, but I didn't watch it.
Well, maybe we'll follow up with the Lion King. I'm here.
Man, if it's about boys from Brazil, I'll
No.
watch that.
No.
I think it has to do
No,
with
it has to
cloning.
do-
disobeyed me.
What do you say, V?
Oh, I'm just
has to do with like paperclip and cloning and
Oh, okay.
prelude to that.
Oh, really?
And it's decades. Yeah. So the technology has been for a long time.
Yeah.
Virginia, I think you should say that one out loud.
Oh, Hakuna Mafuck
I knew I was saying it wrong.
Right? Love it.
Wait, what?
Leviathan, Wayne, Leviathan.
Mm-hmm.
Bonnie's
just
just getting
happened.
back from the other dimension. She needs to say it again.
Mike, wait, what did Virginia just say?
I've seen the Lion King way too many times.
It's a terrible movie.
In the car, some shit. She's traumatized. I know it. I could tell. Thumbs up there. You know what was a great soundtrack was the Tarzan movie. Man, that was a good
Oh, it had Phil
Are you-
Collins.
with Bo Derek? Are you talking about?
No,
That-
the cartoon.
Oh,
It had a bunch of. I think a lot of the music was by Phil Collins in that.
Yeah, it was a good
if I
album.
remember
I loved
correctly.
it. Yeah, I used to love that album. I don't doubt there's a big projector in Antarctica either. Kaya Kahuli said. The blocked out the sun already. It ain't orange like it used to be. I'm not crazy.
D, that was quite a sentence.
I'm just saying, okay?
Okay, Bonnie, I just saw your link. Let me share this. This is the. Where was this that you saw? Well, I guess I'll watch it and we'll see. The streak.
Ew. Too many bad things are going through my mind.
I didn't see
Right.
it.
I was just gonna say. I'm just
Underwear.
blindly trusting Bonnie here, but it's interdimensional Bonnie, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's safe.
It's safe.
All right, here we go.
We've had a lot going on, including this video right here. This is cell phone video of a quote fireball streaking across the sky. Now we got reports around 12:30, 12:45. These are new images that we just got into our newsroom. So this is I had the address.
Yes. This is Lexington near Columbia. So that's west of Columbia.
Highway 378
Yes.
approaching Lexington. So you see it there, that streak, that quote fiery ball. This is dash cam video of the southbound lane, I-85. You see it right there on the left part of your screen, left side of your screen. And this is near the Columbia area, Two Notch Road. See it right there. That's cell phone video. Again, a fireball streaking across the sky. Quote, fireball streaking across the sky. I want to read what we have. Let me refresh our web article.
This is an angle, by the way. This new photo is in the Macon area.
Macon
south of
area.
Atlanta.
Okay.
Just letting our viewers know since that's a new photo. But go ahead, Nick.
Here's what we have posted on our web article, and you can read much more there on our website, WCNC.com, and also on our mobile app. So multiple people in county agencies across North Carolina and South Carolina reported seeing a fiery ball falling from the sky Thursday afternoon. The first report started coming in around noon. Several people saying it appeared to be falling debris like a meteor or asteroid streaking across the sky. WCNC Charlotte's newsroom has received multiple calls about the fireball since it was spotted around 12:30. Multiple Reddit users reported seeing it on Interstate 485. It also reported seeing it on in Atlanta, Greenville, and Charleston. Just to name a few, across the Southeast, we have been getting reports. We actually checked in with Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. He's at a conference right now, but he got a chance to check in with us and give us a perspective on what exactly we may be seeing. Let's listen into that interview from earlier on in the stream. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. Brad, you are not at work, obviously, but of course, work calls. What are you hearing?
So I've actually seen the videos, guys, a couple of times. And I will just tell you this, looking at the videos, the two things I notice, this is very low in the atmosphere. So I'm kind of curious if this was not some kind of piece of space debris, a rocket body, maybe a degrading satellite, or some other piece of space junk. For something to be that bright in the middle of the day, it most likely was burning up in the atmosphere. It was a pretty large chunk of whatever it was. I am curious, though. I haven't seen any reports of sounds, because if it's sounds, then you would have heard this lower in the atmosphere making a sonic boom of some kind. So I will be curious to see if this ends up being a piece of space junk or something else, because if it was a meteor, it would have to have been a really large meteor to be that bright in the middle of the day.
Brad, I guess my initial question is, have you come across anything like this? Is there anything you can compare this to?
I've seen like space debris break up like this and happen in the middle of the day. There was one meteor that happened in Russia, I think about 15 years ago now, that was very large, caused a sonic boom and actually caused destruction near the surface. And it looked like this, but it was going horizontally across the sky. This was going vertical, like straight down, which makes me think that this was probably something that either came back into orbit and then moved straight down and burned up. But I will be curious to see if we end up finding this as space debris. There's actually a guy I know, I'm actually going to try to contact him after I'm done with you, that tracks space debris to see if there was anything in the area that possibly could have accounted for this this piece of debris. But I tell you what, my phone was blowing up, guys, just like yours. Started getting all these messages. And when I started getting the messages, I thought when they said that happened around 12:25 or whatever, I was like, last night? I thought it was at nighttime. And they said, no, today during the middle of the day, which shocked me because no one wouldn't see anything like this in the middle of the day. So this is pretty rare. And the fact that everybody saw it too is pretty rare.
I just want to point out, Brad, this would happen when you're away from work and at a conference.
Well, the irony is I'm at the American Meteorological Society, not the American Meteor Society. And we actually had an expert talk about meteor showers on Monday. So I was going to try to see if he was still here so I could talk to him. But I don't know if he's still here, but he was talking about some of the meteor showers this year. And we're not in one right now. So that would be just a rogue piece of meteor. But one of the things I remember from his presentation on Monday was most of the meteors that you see at night, the AK shooting stars, are literally the size of a grain of sand. And they happen way up in the atmosphere, way above where we are at the ground. This, to me, just on the videos alone, and again, sometimes perspective could be wrong, this looks much lower in the atmosphere. So whatever this was, it survived longer. It was able to get really, really bright. And probably because of that, there might be some meteorite or piece of debris that made it to the surface, which would be then called a meteorite.
Brad, you've been very generous with your time. Thank you. James, do you got anything before we get out of here?
No, but just in terms of transparent news gathering, if you do find any experts, Brad, please give us a holler.
Yes.
We will be here.
Well, yeah, I'm going to go ask around and see if I can get some information. I have a couple NASA contacts, like I said, that might be able to give us at least some possibly what it was, whether it was a meteor or a piece of space debris. You pretty much know because the orbits of the space debris are tracked pretty diligently. So if it was a piece of space debris, we should have an idea of what was in this general area that could have fallen, and that would give us some ideas. If that becomes not in something that works out, then we can go start looking at radar data, because that's one thing I'm going to look at too, is that the weather radar guys, if it was low enough in the atmosphere, it's possible that one of the local National Weather Service radars could have picked it up on the radar.
Brad, my friend, thank you for your
Interesting. So what? I missed it. Did you say that you saw that, or you thought you saw that?
Yeah, I saw that yesterday here where I was at.
Yes. And did you notice that it changed speeds, or did it look consistent to you?
No, by the time I seen it out the corner of my eye, and by the time I kind of looked head on at it, I mean, it was
Mhm.
pretty much over the horizon. But I mean, you couldn't help but see it. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and it was bright. If it would have been at nighttime, I mean, it would have lit up the whole sky probably.
I've seen
Some
stuff like that at night, you know.
No, so I don't know. Maybe it was a fallen angel. Maybe it was a transformer. Who knows?
Transformer.
I hope it was a transformer.
Me too. I mean, I'd like to see one. I'm not against it.
Well,
or it was like Gem and the holograms. Indy knows. Oh yeah,
definitely.
They shot that movie Bumblebee.
I had a cousin that dressed up as Gem like every Halloween for like a decade. Anyway, sorry. Side note.
I was sitting there thinking about those animatronic robots at Chuck E. Cheese coming to life.
Oh yeah.
There's a show about that.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but yeah.
Is that the was it what's his name? Nicolas Cage?
Yeah, he was in the first remake that came out a couple years ago. I think they just came out with another one. But yeah,
Question answer.
they had him in the movie, and he didn't say one word in the whole movie.
Exactly. It was like the easiest part he ever did, I guess, probably in my opinion.
Oh, I'm sure. Whatever the check
I need
was,
to
yeah.
talk about public
Yeah.
service announcement.
It was a weird movie too. It was just like, because that's what it reminded me of. Is like that movie,
Blame
Chuck
it
E.
on Red.
Cheese, robot, fucking, was it
Oh,
Transformers?
Chucky? Oh no, sorry. I haven't seen it, Camellia. I just heard of it.
Are Chuck E. Cheese's still around? Or are they?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
They still have the animatronic characters too.
Worst pizza ever. Just disgusting.
Yeah, we still got a Chuck E. Cheese here.
Like
I went for
nostalgia.
the
It's just
video
like
games.
nostalgia. It's like
I
Oh
just
my
went.
gosh.
I didn't care for pizza. I just went for the video games.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Still got a bag full of old Chuck E. Cheese coins somewhere. That ought to be worth about a bag of nothing.
Right.
Have y'all ever heard of the dark DoorDash restaurants where it's a restaurant and so like let's say you're in a city and you're in a hotel room and you're like, well, we're hungry and there's a menu there, or you look on your app and it's like you can order certain things. Well, it turns out those are just normal restaurants. Like there's a Applebee's one and it's got a different name, like, boneless wings are us or whatever, and it's just their appetizer menu basically. But anyway, Chuck E. Cheese does one of those, and I think it's called Giuseppe's. I might be wrong. It could be different in different cities, but Chuck E. Cheese, one of the only reasons they still exist is they use a cover name for DoorDash type of restaurant services.
Weird.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Like I was hoping they sold aliens or something.
Nah, not yet.
I'm sorry, did they use the food from the restaurants or did they make the mock food? I didn't understand.
No, it's just straight up Chuck E. Cheese pizza. They just have different boxes for the DoorDash people. You see what I mean?
Oh.
Or like it might be listed as a burger place, but it's actually coming from Applebee's and they just use different packaging. So you think you're getting like, hotel deal, DoorDash number 7, or whatever. You see what I mean? Mhm.
Capitalism.
I
Yeah.
guess tomorrow they're having the big Pride Festival in San Francisco, but what is it, June 27th? And I've hardly heard a hair about Pride all month. Last year was crazy, wasn't it? Compared to this year, it just hasn't been all that. They did 2 No Kings protests here, so I guess nobody got no money for their Pride parades.
I just read an article about that.
Much love, Rune.
I could send it to you, but it's on Newsbreak, and most people don't have that.
Yeah.
And he's gay, a gay journalist, and he was talking about it, and he said that the rights that they were fighting for in the beginning were warped because they took it to the extreme. They went overboard with it, and especially when they started involving children, he said that is one golden rule that they follow, is this has nothing to do with the children ever. And it was really interesting, this article, because he said he's very liberal, and he was putting it out there that they have destroyed when they started
You're
going
so open
into
and anti.
sports, all of it. He was naming everything that they were doing that he absolutely did not agree with.
He's probably a gaze against groomers.
But he said that they have lost traction because of that extremism that they were displaying.
Sure.
Okay, hold on a second. It's Northwoods. If you're still here, who is that? Do we know Northwoods by a different name?
I feel like I've seen Northwoods.
For some reason, I'm not seeing your comment in YouTube. I'm only seeing it in StreamYard. I was just going to
That
check out
happened
what
with
your other name
Bonnie
is.
earlier, but I decided not to say something. But I'm glad you found it too.
Oh, you're right. I don't see him in YouTube either on my phone.
I'm wondering if you're somehow blocked in my YouTube, whoever you are.
Well, you're definitely shadow banned because even though I went to your channel today, it wasn't even showing that you were live.
Yeah, that's happened to me before, like going at rescues. That's happened to me a couple times. And I think that happened to me at another channel recently too, where I went and I didn't show that the person was live when they were live.
Mm-hmm. And is it just me or is everybody's name a little bit different tonight? Like I'm seeing.
Yeah, no, that's true.
It's
But
just
yeah, Northwoods Press. I feel like I recognize that name, but maybe I know you by something else. Anyway, yeah. No, it's not just you. It's doing it to a lot of us.
Y'all didn't know it's me, Wildlife.
The icon looks familiar. I've seen that icon.
Well, now it's documented forever. Okay, Northwoods Press, whoever you are, if you put another comment, I'm going to see if I can still see it. But if you also want to let us know who you are,
He's coming from my direction actually because I'm
then
free streaming.
oh, okay. There we go. Mystery solved. Thank you. All right. So it's somebody in your it's just somebody in your chat. Okay,
Yeah,
never
somebody's in
mind. I'll
my-
leave you alone then, Northwoods Press.
It's somebody
Never
in my
mind.
chat.
Hi, Wingnut's friend.
I just
That makes
noticed that.
sense.
I was sitting there looking at it. It's got like a little paper clip attached to
Well,
it.
it's happened here before. Somebody thought that I'd hidden them, and I showed their comment up on the panel, and it wasn't shared other places at the time.
Yeah, he's in my chat. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We're all just confused now.
A while ago, I clicked on a link that you shared, Indy.
Thanks.
And whenever I went back, I could see the panel and everything, and I commented, and I was like, "Wait, where am I?" And it was Wingnuts. I don't even know how I got there.
It's interdimensional, Bonnie.
Nice, it worked.
Golly,
I was in another dimension.
It's that mental telepathy I
I
was
come in-
sending. It's
I
like,
come in peace.
Bonnie, you must come here now. Yeah.
Love it when a plan comes
Here,
together.
I'll go to yours for a minute. Too funny. All right.
Oh man.
So, you know, that's really kind of a possibility, right? Other
What's that?
dimensions. I'm gone. Are y'all there?
You're way out there. Yeah, you're definitely way out there. No, I'm just...
Are you talking about like the real possibility is different dimensions? Is that what you mean?
Yes. All of a sudden, my screen just went black, and I'm like, I'm gone. Are y'all there? Oh my goodness, this is not my night.
It's the NSA. I don't know. Doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Got to take it easy on those edibles.
Well, if only. I mean, if you think about all the things that have happened and gone on, and it's like, could this be possible? When you see all these things showing what's happening now, is it dimensions or time travel?
I don't think if anything, I think it's dimensions. I don't think it's time travel. If it were time travel, I think things would be either a lot better or a lot worse.
How do you think
Yeah.
time travel works in like 5th, 6th, 7th, 10th, dimensions?
Oh, I don't think time travel works at all.
But you still don't
I
believe
think
I'm a
it's
time traveler?
Dimension travel.
Know what? We don't.
Well, I
You'll see one day.
Diabolical Dead just needs 20 people to get 1,000 subs.
But apparently Barron Trump is a time traveler.
Okay, so Barron Trump can be a time traveler and I can't.
Then you're not. That's right. That's right.
I'm already subbed.
Guess you can't have a beard to be a time traveler, huh?
I've been to some places.
75 feet tall.
You'll see.
That's true.
We'll take you all time traveling one day. You'll believe me.
Okay, I like to fly. Can we go flying?
No flying involved. That's the beauty of it.
I like to fly.
Cuts out that phobia entirely.
Will you be flying on your own?
Those are my favorite dreams when I'm flying. Oh my gosh, I love waking up.
Never had a dream like that. Not a flying dream.
Like when you're flying in your dream, do you know how to steer? Like, can you like go left and right when you want
I'm
to?
not crashing, I'm just like moving around the plane and stuff. It's fantastic. Before drones even came out, and I'm sure I'm not the only one who's dreamt like that, where it's like you're above the city, you're seeing yourself on the bed, you're up. It's like you're astral projecting or something, Those kind of dreams are intense. They seem so real,
Yeah.
Well, in some cultures, that is more real.
If you're seeing yourself laying in your bed,
you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was going to say. That'd be kind of creepy because that means
it's a dream, though. You're just dreaming, You dream, your fears come out in your dreams, and I think hopes and dreams come out too, like fantasy dreams kind of things.
Maybe it's your subconscious.
Right.
Where do you think you're going to or trying to get away from when you're flying? I mean, do you have I gotta get to that fucking house over there, that kind of thing? Or
I was just sightseeing, I don't
remember.
remember.
Yeah. Just taking a joyride.
Yeah, just having me a little ride dream, I've had dreams though where I was falling too, and then I wake up and surely would have been dead if that wasn't a dream,
You dream in
Those
color?
Yeah. Not
I
black.
do.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Does anybody dream in black and white?
No.
Depends on if you're binging on 20s and 30s movies that week or not.
Right? If you were binging on something like that. Yeah.
I've had dreams where it was nighttime. It could seem like black and white, but it was definitely color. It was still color.
Mm-hmm. You see the street lights. You've had black and white dreams, Jan? Wow.
That's interesting.
You never sleep.
I wonder what that is. Right. What are dreams?
Yeah, right.
No, but I actually don't have dreams as often as I used to. I used to have like really vivid dreams every night. Like I would remember them.
You actually do have dreams. It's just you're not recalling them, and there's things you can do to recall them if you want to remember them.
Yes, that's true.
Total recall.
Do is put a sign by your bed that where you would something you would see when you first wake up, and I used to have one on my alarm clock, and it said, "What are you dreaming?" And I know it helped me because you have to think of it like right when you wake up,
No, if I'm dreaming, I mean, I guess it's possible I don't remember them at all, but I wouldn't if I thought about it then either. But if I've had a dream, when I wake up, I always remember the dream.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Over time, you're going to forget it.
But that's what I'm saying. But when I first wake up, I always remember it. I mean,
totally
or if I
depends
don't
on-
remember, then I'll never remember it,
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some that I can forget like in the first few minutes of waking up, and then there's some that I've put 30, 40 years I haven't forgotten.
Yeah, right.
You
Or have you
in the middle of the day? Sorry, Indy.
That's okay. What did you say, Dee?
Or how about that dream where you don't remember in the morning, but doesn't it ever happen where you remember it like a deja vu or later in the day or some,
I mean, not for me. If I might remember more details that I didn't remember, but I never remember that I had a dream if I didn't remember it when I woke up.
Have you ever changed a deja vu as it happened?
Have I ever changed a deja vu? What do you mean?
Be a vuja day.
Yeah.
Has anybody ever had a deja vu the same time somebody else was having a deja vu?
Hey, Elgo, good to see you.
I feel like
yes, I have.
Yeah, I feel like my dog.
Feel like I have.
Yeah.
Mary Freeland.
All right, you guys, it is about that time. Thank you so much to everybody who's been here tonight for music and for conversation. It's been a really good panel for both, and I appreciate you all being here.
Get out of here.
Me.
Good night, TZ. But yeah, thanks everybody. It's been a good night. And it's been kind of crazy with the move and everything. And so I really appreciate everybody being here to hang out and spend some time.
Oh yeah, how's your new place? Is it wonderful?
A mess. No, it's good. It's really good. It's really good. It's a good place, and we're really excited about where we ended up. And but right now it's like piles of boxes, and we kind of moved in shifts a little bit because the last place we lived was partially furnished, and so a lot of our furniture was in storage, which is about 2 hours south of where we live. And so so we moved everything out of our last place into this place, but then we didn't get all of our furniture here until yesterday. So we just we unpacked everything we could, like the kitchen, and we had our beds and stuff, and our clothes, but now we have all of our furniture, so we can start really putting everything away. But it's chaos.
You in the country again?
We're away from the city. We're not as far. It's kind of hard to explain without saying too much, but we're removed from the city and the main like I-5 corridor, which is really good. We're not, our neighbors are closer than they were at our last location, but it's good. It's a really good area, and the kids have a lot of room to run around and play outside and ride bikes and, stretch out, which is good.
Yeah.
And,
Good.
it's a good place, and we love the area we're in.
Good.
So, yeah, it's been good. It was one of those things where things kind of all fell into place as we hoped and prayed that they would, and I know many of you hoped and prayed as well. So thank you for that.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'm your says I dream in naked colors.
No doubt.
Right,
Well,
Jan,
I'm
I
about
used
to let you get out of here easier. Thank you for having me. Good night, everybody. See you on the next one.
Thanks for coming up, Dee.
Yep, of course. My pleasure. Bye-bye, everyone.
Have a good night.
Good night, Dee.
I know, right? I mean, that's what they say. I know I haven't been smoking as much, so maybe that's why I have been dreaming a little bit more. It could be why. That's the stuff of nightmares, Anti. He says I only dream in infrared.
Off the goggles.
Right. It's that Dionysus glass or whatever. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a final song, and we can say our goodbyes in the chat and everything. But are there any other final thoughts? Hi and bye, Mike. Welcome back. But any final thoughts from panel before we go?
I can be changed by what happens to me, but I refuse to be reduced by it.
Boom.
Yep, I like that. Thanks, Sweets, for being here.
I was going to say vote for Neil.
There you go.
You get voted.
That'll do.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Amelia.
it's catching on. Start early.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Boone. Right, last call. Thank you, Echo, for being here. All right, any other final thoughts, you guys, before I pull up this song? You too, Rune. God bless.
God bless everybody.
All right, this final song is by Zio Fender, and I just thought this was a fun one to end with tonight. It's called Movida. Here we go.